Do you have any public comments, Heather, that were turned in? Not today. In your packet, you'll find a couple that were presented to us at the last meeting. One was in oral, and now it's in written form. Very interesting. Your voucher sheets, if you'd sign those and pass them up here, we'll take care of those for you. We do have a lunch today, a couple of breaks, but we've got a lot of information to cover. So we can move on. Aaron, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Please, with livestock efficiency grants.
All right. Thank you, Co-Chair Minix and Co-Chair Titus and members of the task force. My name is Aaron Popelka. I'm the Vice President of Legal and Government Affairs of the Kansas Livestock Association. I'm going to share with you today, I'm going to begin with a little background on what the statute would call stock watering conservation projects and what the Department of Agriculture Division of Conservation would call their Kansas Livestock Water Efficiency Program. This program came about with the passage of House Bill 2302 during the 2023 legislative session. I've provided you the language that was inserted in the bill with the support of our industry, and it's the Kansas Water Authority shall encourage the creation of grant programs for stock watering conservation projects. Such grant programs shall prioritize the use of fees collected under KSA 82A 954A3. That's a reference to the statute that establishes fees paid into the State Water Plan Fund. Stock watering rights are among the listed rights that pay annual fees and have done so since 1989. Those fees are 3 cents per 1,000 gallons of water used. So every year when the water users turn in their reports, they remit those fees. A stock watering right, oddly enough, is not in statute, but is defined in regulation. I have the citation there for you. It's KAR 5114C. And it encompasses 1,000 head of confined cattle or of beef cattle or 15 acre feet of water for confined cattle like dairy or other than beef cattle. So if you're thinking of cattle out in the pasture, you see windmills or solar pumps, those are not stock watering rights. They don't pay the fees. Those are considered domestic rights. So stock watering would be, and so for in the environmental space, anything over 1,000 head requires a federal National Pollution Discharge Elimination System or NPDES permit. And so those are the type of facilities that would typically have the stock watering rights. Typically, if you look at how the state water plan, the money raised from those fees, when this was first instituted, right before 2023, I have in there the 2022 fees were about $558,000. In fiscal year 26, they're estimated about $450,000. The decline, you may have heard this in the news, we're at some record low herd numbers for the cattle herd in probably 70 years, and that's contributed to the decline in annual fees. We just have less cattle drinking less water, and so the less we use, the less we pay in. Probably a small amount too attributed to some of the conservation efforts we'll cover. One of the things when we approached the legislature about this, again, many of the fees that have been paid in since '89, we haven't really had a livestock conservation program. Up until the passage of House Bill 2302, we paid fees in, but the fund was so underfunded, a lot of those fees went to other projects that weren't livestock related. And this gave us an opportunity for the first time with the passage of the bill to try and direct those fees back to the industry that paid them to try and encourage some conservation projects, which we'll get into here in a little bit. The opportunity there is too, by doing these conservations, one of the things that we've needed at feed yards is flexibility about how water rights are used within the footprint of a feed yard. Many of the commercial feed yards are going to have probably a series of diversion points with different appropriation dates. And what will often happen when you think of a feed yard, it's spread out over many acres, different pens, different elevations, both on the surface and different saturated thickness down below. And so when we plumb all these wells into one watering system and then disperse it back over, sometimes one well will have a tendency to outperform the other wells. These wells are often grouped within a half a mile of each other. And so there's some problems where you'll have one well want to overrun its appropriated amount, but then the other wells are very, very underperforming in terms of their appropriated amount. And we can pair that, if we do some conservation through this project, with a WCA and come up with a program where we can kind of have all these rights lumped into one under the WCA and have a little flexibility about which diversion point we're pulling water from, again, in a very confined area. Fiscal year 24 was the first year that the Division of Conservation started the project, and they had $11 million in demand. Again, getting back to, we only got about $500,000 in fees, so I think that's was a testament that our producers want to do something. They have projects ready to go. Seeing that, the legislature in the next fiscal year added a little bit of SGF money and increased the funding to $700,000, still well below the $11 million, but we appreciated the extra money. In 25, Division of Conservation has awarded 13 projects that encompass everything from upgraded water monitoring systems, more efficient cattle waters, water recycling systems, and water storage tanks to help with more efficient water use across the feed yard. So with me today is Brandon Deppenbush from Mercer and Dahl, and Brandon's going to share some of the grants that they got. Before I kind of turn it over to Brandon, Ford County Feeders had a little different project than what Ursa and Dahl's doing. We wanted to see if they could be with us. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get them there, but they gave me the information on their projects, and I'll share that with you here today. So Ford County Feeders is a feed yard, about 50,000 head of capacity near Ford, Kansas, which is near Dodge City. It was originally built by the Herman family, who operated for many years until it was bought and is now operated by Pratt Feeders, that has locations in Pratt, in Ashland, Kansas, as well as Buffalo, Oklahoma. Ford County Feeders application was to replace old cattle waters and pipes. If you go to a feed yard, most would have what they call overflow tanks, which if you kind of envision, and I provided a link in my testimony if you want to go look at what these look like, you can click on that. But imagine kind of a rectangular box, sometimes concrete, sometimes they're poly material, and this is maybe a crude analogy, but if you pull the top off your toilet and look in there, you'll see a little lever with a float and then a valve. It's the same concept on the cattle waters. As the water fills, the float pushes up and it seals the valve off until the cattle drink it down and it fills back up. And that's how these tanks typically run during the summer. Now, when it gets down to freezing, we've got a different scenario because these are open to the air, can easily freeze up, which would preclude cattle from drinking and cause damage to the waters. And so for many years, the practice has been that once it hits freezing consistently, we open up the valves to run at a very slow rate, even when the float's raised and the valve should be shut off, because we're bringing up warm water from the aquifer, and with that warm flowing water keeps the tanks going. One of the things the tanks have are an overflow catch, kind of like in your sinks at home. If you pull the stopper, they get up to the top. To keep from running on the floor, there's usually a bypass. So in the feed yards, typically those will run into their wastewater lagoon systems, which isn't going to waste, because at some point when the lagoons reach their maximum operating height, they're pumped out through an irrigation system with the effluent, so we're not wasting the water, but we are losing some water that's usable for cattle watering. So in Ford County, what they did is they wanted to update those tanks. Now, I will say there are some different watering. If you look at DOC's list of awards, one of them is for what are called mirror founts. Those are a little different watering systems. Actually, I have a top over them and a round ball that floats. And when the water fills up, the float closes off the top. The cattle push it down. I've seen these with pets too. Maybe you have a pet and they push a little ball and they drink. Same deal with the cattle. And so those are the most efficient because we're not having to run any water when it's colder. Ford County chose to stick with the overflow waters, but put in more modern technology that works a little better. They also replaced pipes because over time pipes leak. And so if you look, the industry estimates put together by Kansas Livestock's Environmental Services that designs a lot of systems is estimating that these overflow tanks have a flow rate of a 1/4 gallon per minute. And at this flow rate, there's about 180 gallons per day that goes over during the winter and into the lagoon systems. At Ford County, they proposed to replace 40 of these old waters and systems, which is about 10% of their fed capacity. Their application was for $150. They were awarded a grant of $45,000, so almost a third of the cost, not quite. And then in addition, once they got into the project, they spent an additional $20,000 to $30,000 on cement, dirt work, et cetera, above the $150,000. And that's just kind of goes to show these are very capital intensive projects. Again, that's only 10% of their feed yard. However, the results were pretty dramatic. Again, keep in mind, we're still using the overflow tanks, not the very efficient floated, but they were able to save 4 gallons per head per day from year over year, and that's over the entire feed yard, not just the 10%. And a lot of that is leaking pipes, leaking waters, being able to have a more efficient overflow system. So I think when you look at that, our industry likes this program because while we appreciated the extra $200,000, our target really is to return the fees our industry's paid in for many years back to the industry to do some of this good work, incentivize some of this good work to conserve water across these feed yards and dairies. Again, we would recommend to the task force that if you have any recommendations in terms of the state water plan, to recommend continuous program. We continue to have good demand, and I think we're seeing good results. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions or turn it over to Brandon, whatever is your pleasure.
4 gallons a day would be about acre foot every 15 days.
Boy, I'd have to sit and do some math, but it's a pretty decent amount when you look at 50,000 head, and that's per head per day.
It's pretty close, yes. Any questions from the committee?
I have a question. Forgive my ignorance on cows, but does the water use vary whether it's dairy or if it's a feedlot?
Yes. Yes.
So what would that difference be?
So with it, a good measure is we have in regulation what's called beneficial use. For cattle in a feed yard, the maximum quantity you can use is 15 gallons per head per day. Most of our feed yards are going to be in the 10 to 12 range. Below that, dairy, I believe, is either 30 or 35 gallons per head per day. And when you think about the types of animals, so the beef cattle in the feed yards are immature cattle that haven't reached adulthood. They do get to about 1,500 pounds when we take them to processing, but dairy cattle are substantially larger, and they are lactating, which milk production takes a tremendous amount of water to run through that cow. Plus, they also have to clean equipment, flush the dairy alleys and milking barns. So uses a considerable more water.
It's about double.
Yes,
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay,
This is probably a DOC question, which I see they're hanging out, but have we made an effort to quantify the savings? So there's a total number of, we've saved approximately acre feet per year for these dollars.
I don't know if the department has kind of brought all that information together. I would say if you asked our members who did this, they can see it in their annual water reports. So like with Ford County Feeders, they looked at 2024, looked at this year at the same time frame, and we can say, hey, this is how much we saved over the entire feed yard.
Thank you.
other questions? Seeing none, we'll go forward.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you, Task Force, and thank you, Representative Minix and Representative Titus for the invite today. Heather, thank you for helping me get organized for this, hopefully, and Aaron, thank you for setting this up. My name is Brandon Deppenbush. I'm the Vice President of Cattle Feeding with Ursic and Dahl Feeders. We're a family-owned company that started in 1961. We operate in the southwest corner of Kansas, 7 feed yards and 6 elevators. So our footprint is basically from Scott City down to Hugoton and over to Cimarron, so kind of right there in the area of the GMD. I was asked to come and visit about a couple different grants that we received. The first grant is with a company called Ethos Connected, and they're from Nebraska. And with Ethos, what we did is we installed some sensors down in the well to measure the aquifer level. And you say, what's new to that? What's new to this, at least for us, is that it's real time. So at any minute, any hour, we can be able to see those changes. Currently, we have 71% of our wells, whether it be stock or irrigated, covered with this Ethos technology. The grant helped us purchase half of them, and then we purchased the other half, seeing the value in it to be able to see where we're at. The overall benefit that I see of this technology is making the invisible visible at the real time. So it created a little bit of awareness for us as operators, and then for our people at the yard that are actively managing that. We know the aquifer changes, but when you're able to see it real time, it changes maybe our urgency to some of these issues. The first benefit that I would say is, and I've been talking about it, but a real-time assessment. And what I mean by that is when the well turns on, the aquifer level draws down. When you turn that off, the aquifer level ought to come back. This gives us a real-time assessment of that well in a very local area of the health of that well and of that area, and it helps us for planning as we move forward. The second thing is it's kind of an early warning system. As we go through, as we approach the irrigation system, there's a really big draw on the aquifer. I think we all know that. When you have these sensors, holy moly, it is, you see it right away. What it does for us, and we was able to witness it this summer, is the impact that it had on at least one of our yards, where we were able to see a little bit ahead of time that, oh shoot, we got a problem coming. So we had to put some strategies in place to get some more water, to make sure that we didn't short our cattle of water. The last one is maybe a little bit more of a minor one, but it could be more of a diagnostic tool. If the well stops pumping, we can be able to see underneath again real time as far as the water drop to or below the pump setting. The other benefit, and I think it's maybe of more interest to this group, is what Ethos Connected is it's a long-range, wide area network. Ethos Connected, not just due to us, but others part of this project, had installed 8 different gateways throughout Kansas. This network, these gateways can be used by anybody. So as irrigators with moisture probes, as an example, can use this network to connect to it. And so I think that this project, the money that you are able to fund for us and others, has helped benefit more with hopefully building out this network throughout Kansas. The last project I want to talk about is, it has not been completed, but it's a water recycling project. Aaron did a really good job of explaining kind of the feed yard operations. I want to add one other component to that. By regulation, every drop of water that lands in our feed yard has to be collected in the lagoon system that Aaron talked about. So our lagoons are going to collect rainwater. It's going to collect the drain water that may come off the water tanks and any other processed water that goes through that. Water recycling is not a new topic. The traditional approach is we're just simply going to recycle that water that's overflow from those water troughs. So the water during the winter months, when it gets cold, those water will drip over those drain pipes like Aaron talked about, make its way to the lagoon. So we're just simply, the traditional approach is of taking that overflow waste drinking water from cattle, recycling it and adding it back into livestock water. This new, what I'm going to call the next generation approach, what we're trying to do with the combination of Western Kansas Irrigation and especially Jace Dale, is to recycle the lagoon water all. So that lagoon water, if you will, you look at it, it's going to be pretty yucky looking, right? So how do we take that water that's not a waste, because we will eventually use that water to irrigate crops, but how do we add value to that water and use that back for drinking water? We have not completed that project yet. In fact, we haven't started. We're still trying to refine the process of that with Jace Dale. Hopefully we'll be able to start that in the upcoming months. But as a little bit of perspective, again, I started and say that every drop of water that lands on our feed yards, we must collect. Roughly 2,200 acres is what the footprint of our feed yard is, all of our 7 different locations. So if you add 19 inches of rain, annual rainfall, that's going to be roughly 3,500 acre feet of water. That would be really beautiful if we could, we're capturing it, clean it, introduce it back into the drinking water system. As far as this year, we have applied for some other grants, and it's more similar to what Aaron talked about as far as updating some of our aging infrastructure. Then the other novel approach is using that same Ethos technology, but instead of measuring the aquifer depth, we measure the lagoon water depth real time. And you may say, why does that matter? If it hadn't rained and the lagoon level increases, there's water coming from somewhere. So it's kind of an early warning system for us to go figure out where we might be wasting fresh water in that process. So I should have mentioned earlier, thank you, Dave Jones and Jacob Dooling for the Conservation Office for your help with us going through the grant process. And thank you for the funding, and thank you for being here.
Any questions from the committee? Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It might be loaded, but on that Ethos, on those sensors, could you tell, like, if your neighbor, was this also like an impairment? Could you tell, like, oh man, we're dropping and we're not running and our neighbor's got the center pivot going, or?
In theory. In theory, because we are our own neighbor in places.
Okay.
So yes, when irrigation season happened for our irrigation wells, we could see the effect in our stock wells within the footprint of our feed yard.
Any other questions?
Can you take it just a little bit beyond I mean, I know with what you do with Ursa Condal, but have you had the discussions of looking at total overall water usage from grain procurement, from farming, from the whole situation, how to maybe develop a whole plan moving forward? And is this kind of a start, or what are you looking at moving forward once you get, say, this second grant?
Thank you for the question. I think the overall benefit of us receiving a first grant, hopefully a second grant, leading into what you're talking about, is just awareness and aim point, Susan, for the work that she did and others to create awareness within our company that we can do something. We can't necessarily change the whole region, but we can certainly change right within our locations. As far as the feed side of things, we are experimenting with feeding more sorghum, grain sorghum, which requires less water. With that comes challenges, throughput. What I like to say in a feed yard, the feed yard industry has expanded. We've built bigger tables, added more capacity for more cattle, but our feed mills haven't changed. When you go from processing corn to Milo, we lose 10, 12, 20% throughput going through that. So when we have feed yards that are already running, feed mills running 24/7 almost, there's not much bandwidth to add to process another grain. So there's more opportunity down the road to be able to incorporate that sorghum.
Shannon?
I just had one question. I was just curious, what's the approximate cost for that ethos system per well?
Yep, per well, the annual charge for the ethos, the subscription, to be able to handle the data transfer is $120 per year, pretty minor. The upfront cost is around $3,100, but that's determined on the depth of the well. If it's an 800-foot well, the cost is going to be higher because of the cord or
Sure.
cable that goes all the way down, but roughly $3,200 per well.
All right, thank you.
We've talked in this committee about risk in the things that challenge us. Within a feed yard, I'm guessing in the summertime, June, July, August, when it's hot and irrigators are irrigating, that's probably your tightest time period because that's highest water consumption per head for the cattle also to cool. Your ethos system would give you a very good idea what's going on within your wells. I'm guessing you use variable frequency drives
That's correct.
so that you can change the output of those individual wells electrically. And I guess my question is, how much safety factor do you want to have on that hottest day in August when your cattle are drinking the most, irrigators are irrigating? How many hours a day are your wells running, and do you have much safety factor there to give you a little bit of a buffer?
Short answer, yes. We want lots of safety factor because when you have 50,000 lives that are at risk, we try to keep at least 12 hours. That would be ideal if we could keep that on supply. So a lot of our locations, in fact, most would have storage tanks to be able to hold that water so that if a well did go down or whatever the case may be, we have a little bit of a supply, a buffer to be able to fix that. But if I may, I'd like to, you triggered another thought in my mind, but we've really leaned into this ethos deal. And we've applied this ethos technology at the individual water trough level to track water flow at each individual tank. We're trialing that on a handful of pins. So there we can see that change of water use throughout the day and throughout the year that you talked about. Once we can establish that baseline, then we can apply it treatments, if you will, such as maybe shade over the cattle, that maybe they can drink a little bit less water, and we can be able to measure that with these ethos sensors. So it's just another way we're trying to use this ethos network to see if we can be a little bit more efficient with the water.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Sure. The savings.
Sure. Heather, that would be a good question for the Department of Conservation. How much savings do we think we've garnered with the investment from the 2302 money going to the cattle industry? Roughly how many acre feet through the years that we've saved to give us a cost benefit ratio? Okay. At this time, we'll move forward to discussion about the Texas water planning process and Temple McKinnon. Guessing they're online.
Hi, you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Temple McKinnon. I guess Heather, are you projecting our presentation or do I need to share my screen?
Say we will be. Can you guys say it? I can't. We don't have a mic over here.
Yeah, our IT is gonna take care of it.
Our IT will move the slides for you.
Okay. Okay. So good morning. I'm Temple McKinnon. I'm the Director of Water Supply Planning here at the Texas Water Development Board. This is kind of a two-part presentation. I'll cover our planning process and take questions, but Kede Caballero with our agency, our financial outreach, she will be providing an overview of our financial assistance programs that our board administers. And I guess if y'all have questions, feel free to jump in. I don't know how y'all want to administer this. I'll have a hard time probably seeing if there's questions. So if someone could help me on that. I'm going to give a quick overview of our agency real quick. So we are, every state does planning differently. I know y'all have California and Colorado coming on later. I'm not real certain of which planning agencies or state agencies in Kansas do their work, but at the Water Development Board, we're a non-regulatory agency. Our agency does data collection and scientific studies. We also do water supply and flood mitigation planning. And then about half of what we do is a bank. So we administer the federal the SRF programs, but we also have a slew of state programs to fund other water and wastewater and flood infrastructure development. And I just kind of make the point, it sounds like listening to the livestock guys just a second ago, our agency can't give any kind of funds to individual producers or individual persons for any kind of for anything really. And I'll get into that later in our plan, but that's also a distinction that might be worth noting. So the outline of the presentation, my part of it, I'm going to go over the purpose of our regional and state water planning process in Texas and give a high overview of how that works, of what's included in those plans and how those plans are used. Next slide, please. Great. So the purpose of our planning is definitely tied to drought conditions. So following the 1950s drought in our state, the Water Development Board was created in 1957 to finance water infrastructure needs across the state, and state level water planning also began around this time. So that drought of the 50s, it was the most prolonged drought. It was a 7-year drought. It's still the drought of record for a large portion of our state. We definitely have new droughts of record in select river basins and sub-basins, but still generally refer to the drought of the 50s as the statewide drought. I would say 2011 to 13, we had a pretty significant drought. That was the driest 1 year on record. So those are the conditions that this plan is benchmarked to. It's important to know that it's not average use conditions. So it's not like every entity that participates is jamming their capital improvement plans into this plan. It's purely the focus is to identify water supplies available firm in a drought of record. So there's been state level plans developed since the 60s. 1961 was the first statewide plan. And then Texas shifted to a bottom-up regional planning process in the 90s. So 97, 98, there was there was another statewide drought that was significant. And state leaders at the time turned and looked to the planning efforts going on in our state, why things weren't getting implemented. You know, were we going through a broad planning process just to have something put on the shelf? And so the intent was, by kind of flipping this on its head and developing regional plans that feed into a state water plan, there'd be more implementation, more buy-in of the information that's being produced, and more local input and more realistic planning process. So in 97, a bill was created. That's the Senate Bill 1 you're seeing right there. And that's a framework for a regional approach. It's also a data-driven process that reflects water supply needs and potential solutions for individual users. And a couple slides down, I'll get into who it is we're actually planning for, but I feel it's important to note that we're basically, even though it's a state water plan, it's about 3,000 individual mini plans for these users. And that's possible just because in my division, we're responsible for conducting an annual water use survey. So every year we're surveying about 7,000 entities, about 4,500 public water systems, and then industrial users. Every year we also estimate the use for irrigation and livestock users, and for manufacturing and industrial use where we're not getting surveyed responses. So it's annually we're chugging along producing this data that then becomes kind of the baseline data for our planning process. Let me see here. And I just always emphasize drought of record. So I think different states, just in my interactions with them, they might have different conditions that they're planning to. It gets tricky to approximate a dry year benchmark towards our planning process. You know, Texas is a big state, has pretty variable conditions, but we try to consistently project, you know, temporally benchmark to the same point in time. But obviously, everybody's experiencing different conditions across the state. But drought of record's where we're at. So, next slide, please. So this is a map of how our state is divided into planning areas. There's 16 of them. Those boundaries were set in statute, had to reflect, when they were established in 97, had to reflect all the hydrologic conditions. So river basins, surface water in the state runs approximately northwest to southeast, but then you have aquifers that run kind of parallel to that. We had to consider utility patterns, political boundaries. So it's a pretty county boundary dominant geographic area. So it was a very intensive stakeholder process, and then 97 to write up rules for what this program is going to look like, and then take public input across the state on how these areas should be planned for. It's a 50-year planning horizon, so we are on the cusp of producing a state water plan that will be 2030 to 2080. So it's every 5 years we make plans for 50-year planning horizons, and every other plan we're shifting that baseline a decade. So the 2022 state water plan was from 2020 to 2080. This process, I feel like it does have a lot of local buy-in, but fundamentally you can do all the planning in the world. It's up to each specific entity to implement what that plan is showing to be produced. Our state, as Keta will get into, we do have financial assistance programs, but the state isn't out there building projects and implementing whatever the plan identifies. We have certain types of programs that have a state participation component as a possibility, but we're totally dependent upon these entities, these sponsoring entities of these projects coming to us to implement their plans if they need financial assistance, and they're not doing it themselves. Other aspects to note is that it is a very transparent public process. There's public notice associated with every meeting. Each of these planning groups are self-sufficient, and they kind of run their own shows, schedule their own meetings, responsible for their own public notice. But our staff here makes sure that those plans are being developed in accordance with rules and requirements, including public input. So we kind of keep them on the rails while they're putting these plans together, make sure what they're producing meets all of our requirements, and that way we're able to roll up what they're putting together as a regional plan into our state water plan. Our 2026 regional plans, I got a timeline a little bit later, but we're just coming at the end of finalizing those regional plans, be taking those to our board in January, and then that would be making the 2027 state water plan, which is the 6th set of plans in place since we've switched to this regional approach. Next slide, please. So an administrative requirement in our statute is that we review these boundaries every 5 years. That most recently happened last month, and those boundaries were reaffirmed. We take public input on whether those boundaries should change. We assess, if there's any really significant change conditions that would drive reassessing these boundaries. And they've stayed the same since they were established 25 years ago. We have data reporting requirements. So we have to, everything produced through this process has to be reported as a region, county, major river basin approach. So we have different ways that we report information so that it can align with whatever the needs are. So for instance, I mentioned we have a flood planning program in the state, and those planning areas are solely defined by the major river basins of the state. So to kind of help, cross-pollinate information coming from each process, we can report that data out by major basins. And my point being that even though you see how these are crafted right here, we're still able to pull information by aquifer where appropriate, or a river basin and where that's helpful to report. This slide also shows the voting requirements for our planning process. There's 12 categories of interest required by statute on each planning group. Those are listed there. I'm not going to read them for you. And of the 16 planning groups across the state, once you build in this membership, again, they manage it however they want to. It doesn't mean there's only one person per category here. These planning groups might, like looking at Region G there, Brazos G, it's a pretty big footprint. So they might have a couple of municipalities in the planning group. In the planning area as members of the group. That's totally up to them and what they see as appropriate. I'll emphasize that these are interest groups, so they're representing their interest category, not their own entity. So City of Houston, they have a member on the Region H planning group, and they're the municipality interest, but they're there to answer questions from a municipal utility perspective, not just for City of Houston. Okay, next slide, please. So these are the main participants. I guess I touched on a little bit, but here it's just kind of a visual representation. So all decisions are made by the voting members on the planning group, that blue circle there in the middle. And those voting members are responsible for representing their interest category, like I was talking about, contributing, supporting information to the development of their plan, and to take into consideration the water needs of all interests within their region. So they're minding the store for their own region, even for folks that aren't at the table. And I guess I'll say, even in these planning group meetings, even if you're not a voting member, there's very intensive participation by the large water suppliers or the big water users in the state. For instance, I guess they're like the Cattle Feeders Association. There's representation by those folks in our state and some regions in the High Plains, even if they're not a voting member. So it's information is coming to the table, even if you're not specifically a voting member. This planning group members, they're also the ones that select the technical consultants that assist their work and direct their work. Planning groups receive input from other water users within their planning area. They do this by the technical consultants, surveying every entity that they're able to, conveying information and collecting it. So the Water Development Board, will give them tools to conduct that work. They also come up with their own survey instruments and manage their data collected as they see fit. But it's quite a bit of work, completely controlled by however these consultants are directed by their planning group. So I guess to better orient you to this graphic, so voting members are the blue circle I've been talking about. Up top there, orange non-voting members. Our water code statute calls out non-voting participants in this process. It's primarily state agencies. As the Water Development Board, we're probably the most involved non-voting member just because we administer the process, but the other resource agencies in the state are non-voting members. Other non-voting members are also liaisons to other adjacent regions. So each region's responsible for identifying somebody to come and represent their perspective or answer questions just to keep them informed. This is primarily most importance when we're talking about regions identifying large projects that may have an impact on an adjacent region. Think of like reservoir development or large groundwater exports. It's helpful for these planning groups to be another forum for these kinds of discussions to happen. And it's incumbent upon each of these groups to notify the public what's going on and what they're contemplating to do to recommend in their plan to meet identified needs. Up there at the top right corner, legislative appropriations. So that's how this process is funded. We probably get about $4 million a year, so about $8 million a biennia to give towards this planning process. It's a 5-year process, so we do 5-year contracts that cross multiple biennia. So it's not totally a guessing game. We have a feel for what our appropriations are going to be, but we define a total scope of work to get these plans done and a total estimated study cost, and then we're just amending their contracts each year to load in committed funds. And if for any reason after a legislative session, our legislature meets every 2 years, so that's how our funding cycle works. And if for any reason they decided to cut our baseline funding for this process, we would have to do a stop work order and kind of reassess what they can accomplish with the funds they have and give them guidance to produce a plan that would meet statutory requirements. So we give those funds to planning group sponsors. And like I said earlier, as we can only give funding to political subdivisions of the state. So each planning group has to identify who would be an administrative sponsor for them. And that's who we contract with. And those sponsors look like some examples would be just municipalities or a council of governments or a river authority that they administer the process for several planning groups. They run their own RFQ processes to acquire technical assistance to do the work. Those sponsors also administer those subcontracts for those professional services and manage their contractors. But our staff is still monitoring these processes, making sure they're doing it correctly, making sure they're scoping for the work that they need to be done. So they're contract managing it, but directly with the sponsor. Let me see. Public input. So the biggest public input, it's with every time these planning groups meet, there's public comments taken, but also when they're producing significant milestones like a technical memorandum or their draft plans, there's associated public comment periods. On their draft plans, they actually have to hold public hearings. So public input looks different depending upon where they're at on the milestone. Okay, next slide, please. And it is a continuous planning cycle. So by that, I'll start at the top and walk us around. So that red block, planning groups selecting sponsors and consultants, that's happening, these groups right now, started a couple of months ago on the tail of them. They submitted their plans to us in October, and then they're already looking ahead to how to get going on the next cycle. So they have to either reaffirm who their administrative sponsor was or pick a new one if is appropriate. And then applying for funds, that's through a request for application process that we'll be assembling and administering starting in February. We have to have these groups under contract by the end of August 2026. That's the end of our fiscal year. So that's just a broad timeline of what we're doing. And within that, the 8 months of next year, we're updating our administrative rules. We're refining our technical guidance. We hold a technical stakeholder input meeting. All the technical consultants and planning groups members that want to attend, we gather them. We take feedback on the prior cycle, what was problematic, what needs to be addressed differently or instead, and that informs how we find our technical guidance for the next round of planning. And that meeting, it'll happen next summer. So there's really no downtime. It's just different work. So instead of doing plan development, we immediately have to shift to planning cycle preparations. Next around that circle, that green square, that represents the bulk of the work in the 5-year cycle, is the groups actually making their plans. We as an agency, we're giving them issuing guidance along the way. If it's a new task, our staff, give presentations to these planning groups. We provide them data to do certain tasks. And then ultimately, these planning groups develop these draft plans and have, when they submit them to us, that happened in March of this year. This has been a busy year. So in March of this year is when we got their draft plans. Our agency has 120 days to review them and provide comment. When those draft plans come in the door, we visualize all the data behind it to facilitate getting public comment. So, they're very extensive, lengthy narrative plans, but everybody's interested in the data behind it. So we have an interactive map, and I've got a slide here that has a link to what our interactive platforms look like. But that way, if you're, you live in the city of Austin, you know exactly what the plan results are for them. It can spit out for you what the supplies are, what the demands are, what the needs are, what the identified projects are. So it's really the data behind it that is the specific information that folks look at. The planning groups then have to take all comments received, public and from our agency, and address those comments, and then submit those plans to us. And that's the stage we're in right now. So that happened in October. It's very, very extensive review and data entry process to get those final plans. We're effectively assuring that what gets submitted to us as adopted by these planning groups is something that we can take to the board. So our board will have to approve those, and then that basically bakes the data set that we have that makes our state water plan. So it's a pretty extensive QC process. We're just coming off the end of that. And then simultaneously, we're making the state water plan. So now I'm up in that little brick red square there. We've been working on the 2027 state water plan since last year, as much as we can, just the concepts and themes to explore behind it. But it's not until we have this data set baked from these planning groups that we can start really analyzing changes and speak to trends that we see. And that's largely what it looks like. And I feel like I'm just blowing through this and I can't really, is there any questions or should I just keep going?
I have a lot of questions.
Seeing no questions, proceed.
Okay, sure thing. So
I'm
next
sorry.
slide, please.
Either way.
We do have one question.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I have a few questions, but just in terms of what you have covered so far, and I'm sorry, this is pretty basic, but can you describe more what it means to plan according to the drought on record benchmark? Typically in Kansas, we have fairly good groundwater quantity data. So typically we develop plans according to that. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around how does that look in practice?
In practice, I mean, we're just trying to replicate conditions that are, it's when things are the driest and water supplies are going to be the most stressed. So water supplies might be low, but water use is up. We look to see from like drought contingency plans and enforcement what was put in place through our annual water use survey. That's where we're seeing historical use trends. And so looking at it climatologically, we know a drought year was here. We know drought declarations were declared. We see that municipal GPCDs, were whatever they were for that representative benchmark year. So that's going to be the base year for which we project forward. We look at the water availability. I get into this in a little bit on like the factors we go through, but just from a drought approach, looking at water availability with our availability models, we assume pretty stark conditions for like our surface water availability models. We look at a number as your surface water that's available is firm under drought conditions. And so that's a modeled approach. We also assume that it's fully appropriated. So there's multiple versions of these models that are maintained. And this is our regulatory agency, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, has produced water availability models by which they issue the water rights in the state. So that's the results that are used to inform this planning process. So it's there's not a lot of fluff, I guess I would say, is how we approximate what is going to be a recurrence of a drought of record. So we assume very low water supplies. We're looking at, we don't assume it, we're looking at it, what those firm results are from the modeled approach. Same for our groundwater availability models. That's informed by management conditions and decisions of the groundwater conservation districts in our state through a separate planning process, the results of which are utilized in our state water plan. And then, does that answer your question a bit?
It does. It opened more questions, but I'll hold those.
Okay.
That's helpful. And just one additional question about the board, the regional, the RWPA, for the voting membership, how are they elected? And then what are the terms for those boards?
They vary. So when this process was first instituted, our agency was responsible for defining the administrative rules and guidance around it, defining the planning areas, which are those boundaries I showed you. And then we also did a statewide solicitation of membership that would meet all of those categories. So basically, it was a statewide call for nominees that would fit those criteria. And our board appointed what were called initial coordinating bodies. So we basically said, here's your starting point of folks that appear to meet all of these criteria for these required membership. And then each planning group took those members, those folks that we established, those same folks made a decision. They basically just appointed themselves and added another member, and then they became the voting membership of those groups. And from that point forward, we also gave them a set of model bylaws by which to operate from to just kind of kick it off. And then each planning group has evolved in its own way as they seem appropriate as far as revising bylaws to reflect membership conditions and terms that they feel is appropriate for their region.
Okay, thank you for the context. This is great.
Sure, you bet.
Director Kenyon?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I had a really quick question. Actually, you may have mentioned it, and I apologize if I kind of skipped over that or missed that a little bit, but I know that the groundwater conservation districts do play a pretty good part in Texas because I've talked to quite a few of them, and you had mentioned just a moment ago that they kind of have a separate planning process, and I'm kind of, I guess, confused as to how that fits into that and how they kind of mold into this process that you discussed.
So can y'all go back a slide for me, please? Maybe another one. The one that has the membership on it. One more, please. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah, I totally blew past that. You didn't miss it. So if you look on this list, second from the bottom says groundwater management areas. Groundwater is managed dominantly as rule of capture in this state as modified by wherever there is a groundwater conservation district. And there are not groundwater conservation districts all over our state. There's also an overlay on our state of groundwater management areas, and they cover the aquifer directly. So a lot of our groundwater conservation districts follow just county lines. They're not holistic in their responsibilities or scope, but they're each assembled within a groundwater management area, the goal of which is to manage or make management decisions over the same source that everybody's managing. So, like for instance, on the Gulf Coast, bottom right, where you see region East Texas, region H, the groundwater management areas do not align with these water supply planning area boundaries. There's some overlays there, but when this process was established back in 2013, I want to say maybe a little bit before, there was a requirement that whoever is the chair, each GMA in its own planning process has a chair, and they have to participate in the planning process as well. They're just automatically a voting member in the regional water planning process. So every other category of interest has to be like nominated and voted upon, but those groundwater management area representatives, they just, they show up and they're automatically part of it. That said, it is not a super smooth conveyance of information necessarily, because the timing of those two processes are different. The groundwater management, it's called the joint planning process, meaning that all these folks within that groundwater management area are doing their joint planning together, making collective decisions, but then they each have to go off to their own districts, which are just kind of like subsets within this GMA, and manage their groundwater resources according to their own district's rules, their own district's management plan. But there's some general thematic management philosophy shared within that GMA. Once they make decisions on how that water should be managed, they do that every 5 years. Our agency takes those decisions and quantifies them through our groundwater availability models. And so because for instance, decisions for management could be like, don't reduce spring flows more than X percent, or drawdown. A lot of them are expressed as conditions of drawdown. So do not exceed 20 feet of drawdown in 20 years. Well, then our staff have to take those statements, turn them into annual pumpage numbers that would meet those conditions. And it's quantified amounts that our planning groups have to use in their water supply planning.
Thank you.
You bet.
When I look at the process of the chart and you get your regional plans put together like you described, and then it comes to the larger state level work for review, what's the review like of what the regions are sending you? Are you looking at each project and how it fits in, or is it a fine tooth comb, or do you generally accept what's come out of the locals? How does that look?
We're not going to re-engineer every project they come up with, but we are looking to how does their plan meet our requirements, and we kind of review it as they go along. There's pretty hefty chunks in the path towards their work, like demand projections. That's kind of an all-in focus, and we're monitoring that as they're bringing information to the table and seeing, are those legitimate revisions? Our agency establishes the draft demand projections based upon the annual work that we do, but we give that information to the planning groups, and then they take that and they meet with everybody local and say, what information do you have that needs to be revised and what's produced here? Like, have there been any annexations of utility areas that perhaps the board doesn't know about, and therefore we're not showing municipal demands that are appropriate for what you're really seeing on the ground here, would be one example. Or like industrial demands. We try to keep a cap on just economic development pie in the sky stuff. You know, if there's industries coming in, we want to see, okay, so do you have a water contract in place to provide that water, or you know, a little more definitive documentation that something really is going to happen, so it doesn't become huge aspirational water needs that aren't ever realized. But then as far as once they identify water supply needs and they're looking at projects and strategies to meet those needs, they have to evaluate those for, you know, reliability, quantity, cost, impacts. And so we read through all that, but we're not going to go back and re-engineer. You know, if something looks questionable in cost, we definitely were following up with it and asking questions about it. But like I say, we're not rerunning their water availability model on the impacts of their strategies at some point. That's like their professional expectation of their, as an engineer, that they're producing valid work. So we have to take some of it, not on faith, but that's it's not just like taken and not reviewed, but is not with a fine tooth comb on every aspect.
Thank you.
You bet.
Lindsay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A follow-up on the groundwater management areas. So I just wanted to clarify, are they considered more of like what you described as a planning group sponsor? So they more administer the plan, or are they doing any of their own planning process as well?
They're doing their total own planning process that's run by our groundwater division. And I'm happy to, I can send y'all information on what that looks like, if that'd be helpful.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sure. Maybe Heather can remind me of that, but I'm making a note.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move forward.
Okay. If you can please go forward to this, yeah, right there, pictures on the categories of use. So those are the categories that we plan for in our process. We have, I'd mentioned earlier, you know, it's one big state water plan, but it's basically like 3,000 little miniature plans. We have 1,900 about municipal entities that we plan for, water user groups. We plan on a utility basis. So during our annual water use survey, we're also collecting the service areas of these water utilities. And that's how we're projecting our municipal demand, is around the populations within those utilities. We shifted from city-based planning probably 10 years ago. So it definitely helps us better align planning process and outcomes when we're looking at utilities and planning for those that are responsible for actually developing those projects. But then we have about 1,000 non-municipal water users. And so that's the irrigation, livestock, steam, electric power, manufacturing, and mining entities that you're seeing there. Those are county level aggregates of water demands and supplies and needs. And I will say that we have 254 counties, so we're planning for those uses where they exist. So not every county has steam electric generation going on, so therefore there's not going to be a steam electric water user group in that county. Yeah, we're talking earlier about, I feel like, getting water demands full circle on your livestock. We separate out what we're looking at, like, you know, crops, irrigated field crops and feed. That's in our irrigation category. Livestock includes just water used in the production of various types of livestock. Our mining water demands, that's for oil and gas exploration, is reflected there, but also coal and aggregates and other minerals. Manufacturing is like large facility manufacturing. So, you know, there are definitely public water systems that provide water to smaller scale industrial uses, but we extract out the larger industrial facilities and make it its own category. Plus we survey some larger, you know, just think of all the Gulf Coast refinery going on in our state. We survey each of those facilities individually. Next slide, please. So nuts and bolts of how we plan. The next couple slides will just be the key factors that are the basis of the plan. So it's a 50-year horizon again. We do population projections, but that's just because it's the milestone or, the bedrock of determining municipal water demand. We have a state demographer, and that's the entity that's responsible for, interfacing with the census and preparing for that. And we're an affiliate of the state demographer's office, and we take their results, but our population projections are purely to inform municipal demand. So what we get from them is their county projections. We have to project forward another 2 decades because their planning horizon or their projection horizon isn't as long as ours. And then from those county projections, we then disaggregate into the service areas for the municipal demands. Anybody that's not within a service area of a water provider, we're assuming they're self-supplied. And so we call them kind of county other. So that's just the distributed, think proxy of rural Texas area on self-supplied groundwater wells. And since we don't survey them, we just have to approximate, it's non-surveyed use, we have to approximate what those folks will be using. And that's pretty tricky in certain areas of the state when you're looking at non-transient use and non-surveyed use. So we're doing a study right now to try to get a better handle on that. And then we look at, how much are we going to require? Like I said, we project forward in all of our categories. There's different methodologies for each category of use and what those projections look like that I can definitely point you to if that's of interest. That's a whole other presentation. We assemble draft projections, like I said, send them out to the planning groups, go through a whole review and revision process. Then it comes back to us. We work with 3 other agencies in the state to come to a consensus on what those demand projections should be. And then we take those to our board to adopt. So our board actually takes action on projections probably a couple of years before the state water plan ever comes out, because we want a baked set of numbers that these regions can then develop their plans around. And then that's what will be in the state water plan. Okay, next slide, please. So once we have the demands, we look at how much water do we have. And this is, when I was talking about modeled approaches to determining availability, that's through our state produced groundwater and surface water models. Reuse, we look at historically what folks are using and just know the potential future reuse availability as effectively a multiplier of their system size and projected growth. And we're very dependent upon the planning groups to assess what the existing supplies are. So availability is like, the bathtub of how much you could have, but existing supplies are what are legally and physically available and connected. So what's under contract? What do you already have infrastructure to? And you think of a large reservoir that has X amount of availability for use, but maybe only 50% of that's currently connected for current use. That means your other 50% is there to use for a future strategy to address, like build some more infrastructure to it, larger infrastructure, whatever you need to do. So using our annual water use survey, that is an initial start at figuring out what these existing supplies are. But again, it's a large surveyed effort by these technical consultants out to every user and utility that they're able to speak to really confirm what are their contracted amounts. Have they amended their water rights? Is there, are their supplies looking different than they were the last plan? Once we have the demands and supplies, it's just mathematically we determine if there's needs or surpluses. This is about the midpoint of our planning process. We have a required technical memorandum at the midpoint where planning groups have to identify what their needs are, along with the other certain requirements, like the degree to which they've coordinated interregionally on larger projects and several other things. This is also the point at which we start showing in a visualized tool these supplies and demands, so it can inform planning groups as they move forward and consider regionalized projects. Just seeing smaller entities, just by economy of scale, these folks have a surplus, this guy has a need, hey, maybe y'all should talk and see what you can do. Next slide, please. So once they know they have water supply needs, these groups have to look at what are they going to do to address them. And we have our lingo is water management strategies and projects. So a water management strategy is a plan to obtain additional water or to reduce demand, such as conservation of existing water supplies, mitigating water loss. We put that in reducing demand. Wet water supply development, that'd be like building a new reservoir or new groundwater development or conveyance facilities like I was talking about to existing supplies. So those are the strategies, the volumes of water. There's also capital projects that are related to those strategies and be a component with a capital cost. And those are what are deemed necessary to get the water to somebody. So that's where you'd see like the infrastructure costs of a new well, a transmission line, whatever the case may be. And we make this distinction just because there's capital projects that can serve more than one strategy. And so we parsed out this language, I guess, 2 plans ago to avoid, the backbending logistics of not double counting water or double counting costs. And because that is part of what these plans have to do as well, is how much will it cost. That's in these strategy evaluations from these regional plans. They summarize all this information, and in the larger areas, there's typically 2 volumes, and the second volume will be really hefty, and they have all their technical memoranda in there of their engineering assessments of how these projects will have impacts, what will they cost, what's the reliability of the water they're recommending in a little bit. Okay, next slide, please. So those are the nuts and bolts. I guess I will also make the point that through these planning efforts, not necessarily every identified water supply need can be met. And that's also a decision of these planning groups. And that is largely because it's not financially feasible. And it is largely the unmet needs in our state through this planning process are irrigated agriculture. So up in the High Plains and down in the Rio Grande Valley, when you look at our plan and you see just net aggregate of unmet needs, even after strategies have been recommended, that's the bulk of it. And that's fundamentally because individual producers just can't pay to develop water supply projects to meet their irrigated ag needs. And that's a management decision of that groundwater. For example, in the Ogallala, that's a conscious decision they've had for 25 years on how to manage that source of supply, just manage depletion. So other content in the plan, they have to talk about these types of things, how they came to these decisions, what their planning area is like, the major water users. That's where they will probably mention the groundwater management process we were talking about and the outcomes of that, or other long-range planning efforts of their large water providers in the region. There's a whole chapter in each plan dedicated to drought response information, what's going on locally. They have to provide model drought response plans so that entities could look to these regional plans as an example of what they could do if they're lacking long-range planning themselves. There's a required assessment that these groups do, kind of a sole source risk analysis for really small entities. So if they're 7,500 folks or less and you have a sole source of supply, then they have to do a kind of a rough cut look at what are some potential alternative supplies. That's separate and apart from the extensive evaluations on water management strategies that they have to do. Each planning group has to develop policy recommendations to our legislature or to our agency or any other agency in the state that they feel would improve just the water supplies of the state, basically. The socioeconomic impact analysis is something that our agency does. Every regional plan has to assess what are the socioeconomic impacts if all of the recommended strategies in your plan were not developed. So it's not an analysis of anticipating growth limitations. It's just a snapshot, single year look of, hey, turn off all the water, you have no water. How's that going to impact your population, your tax income, your GDP, that kind of thing. And we have a We have a dashboard of those results on our website as well with the methodologies, if that's of interest. And then each plan has to assess the implementation of the previous plan. So it's, hey, y'all recommended all these projects in your last plan. What progress has been made towards implementing that and producing water? Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, these all roll up into our state plan. We use that data to develop it, and there's some the dates we're looking at is getting a plan adopted by summer. We'll have our draft state water plan out for comment in end of March, early April, I believe. So T minus 4 months. Next slide, please. And then the state water plan that we're working on. So the audience there is, it has to be delivered to the governor and the legislature and the public by January 5th, 2027 in statute. That's our date. In practice, the date is July of 2026 because we have a financial assistance program that is specifically for implementing the state water plan. And that's an immovable bond sale in July. So it kind of tweaks what we're able to do in our timeline for the state water plan. But fundamentally, the document is our guide toward water policy for the state. So anything we're providing to the legislature, it all comes from this plan as far as how water is managed in the state. Next slide, please. All right, so incentives for users to participate. Again, we aren't a regulatory agency, so if folks want to come to us for a certain type of funding, this SWIFT funding right here, you'll hear about in a little bit, that it has to be a recommended project in the state water plan. The carrot in that regard is, depending on what the market's like, SWIFT can have some decent subsidies compared to other financial assistance programs. So that's the incentive. And fundamentally, any project coming to us for funds from any program has to be consistent with what's in the plan. So it can't be something that's way out of bounds with what folks are planning to do. On the regulatory side, TCEQ, they're the ones that develop those surface water availability models and issue permits. Whatever their assessments are, it has to be consistent with the state water plan as well. Next slide, please. Right, and so this is the content of the state water plan. Each, kind of its own chapter. Same deal. The requirements in the regional plans, they have their own chapter for each of these. But in the state water plan, it's a roll up and speaks to trends that we see at a statewide level from what the regional planning groups produced. Next slide, please. All right, and so those are some links, I guess, through talking here. I'm happy to link to other bits of information. If Heather wants to reach out to me, anything that would be needed, I'm happy to help y'all navigate the more nitty-gritty stuff of our process, but can also take questions. Oh, because Ketta's up next. I don't know how y'all want to handle this. I know she needs to get going. Do you want her to finish the whole presentation and then take more questions, or?
I'd ask for questions now. William?
Yeah, a question, go back to the regional water planning groups. You'd mentioned that, they pretty much are in charge of their own schedules and operating structure. How are they paid for? How is their time and administrative costs paid for?
It's all volunteer work. There's definitely some participants that work for entities that, see their participation as beneficial to what their job function is, and so they're paying for it. And I'm talking about, working for large water providers or industrial folks. It's worthwhile for their interest categories to be represented, so they're getting paid by their employer. But like in the ag realm, individual producers that are there to represent irrigated agriculture, it's all volunteer time that they're providing.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Through all this discussion, I've noticed that you're talking quantity. Is there any discussion in your water plan on the quality of water? Because you start out with a aversion to the 1950s drought, and you're talking quantity, it seems like.
Yes, we have to look at the water quality impacts of the plan. We're not fully integrating the state's water quality management plan. So it's not as comprehensive of a quality and water quality inclusion as maybe other states are doing, but each planning group, their plan has to look at or report upon how each of their recommended projects impacts water quality. So it's typically with they'll give assessments around broadly, not necessarily quantified all the time, but impacts on TDS and dissolved oxygen. And when you're talking about use of reuse, impacts to in-stream flows, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So 2 questions. The first is the legislature exploring the overall regime that they have in place to manage water, or has it been fairly static? And it appears to be fairly static. That's the first one. And then the second, you talked about your own office having an appropriation of around $4 to $8 million a year. Is that coming out of state general fund, or and then is it sort of on autopilot and it's kind of easy to get, or do you have to go and really squeeze for that?
To your first question, the management regimes here. So surface water is the property of the state, and groundwater is a private property right. And for a long time, rule of capture is what it is. I know y'all manage groundwater very differently in your state, but in our legislative session, which was this past year, there was some really significant happenings and discussions that were going on this summer around maybe it's time to reassess rule of capture. So I never thought I would hear those conversations ever. So I feel like maybe we're on the precipice of continued discussions on where that's going to go. They don't meet again until 2027, but they have interim charges. Those have yet to come out, but I fully expect there to be some interim charges around that type of water management and something to help support those discussions further. As far as appropriations from the legislature, it has been, we asked to increase our budget last time because it had been very static for probably about 12 years, I guess. And it's not exactly a money-making venture for some of these technical consultants developing these plans. I know they're spending a lot of their probably business development budget around it while they're efficient. And when they go talk to these entities and what they're doing and where they're billing their time, I would imagine. So no, I don't take it for granted that we'll get this funding. I think that we just got our baseline bumped about $4 million per cycle last time. And so I'm hopeful that's always what it is, but I definitely mind the budgeting process and pay attention. I've learned not to take it for granted.
Gary?
I have a quick question going back on water quantity. When you talked about reuse, I want to make sure I heard that right. Did you say that there's a percentage applied for assumed reuse going forward in the future based on current water quantity?
That percentage applied is just kind of like our rule of thumb check on what folks are saying is reuse availability, So we're gonna question it and call it out if, say, a water utility puts in their plan that they're gonna reuse 100% of their supply. I mean, that's, not realistic. So we say you should, because you don't know where they're going to go with these and what's going to get permitted. So you're just projecting forward the availability of reuse in the future based on people's plans. But that's just meant as like an upper cap red face test on what they're saying they want to do to pursue reuse.
Sure. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Mel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious back on how you plan When you have a proposed development project in an area that brings clear economic growth and benefits to that area, but maybe the projected water needs of that development exceed what you have identified as the water you have available in your plan, how do you balance those things, and who makes that decision?
That's
about
a
whether
local decision. Yeah. So if you're talking about like new developments of subdivisions and, you know, at a state level, we're not getting into that business. That's the county commissioners approve those development plans, or, you know, cities decide, or municipal utilities decide if they have the water to supply those developments. But that's not a decision that we get into at our level.
Is that the same for industrial developments?
Yeah, industrial development is tricky. Just as far as being proprietary information, you know, it's really challenging for us. I'm sure y'all have heard this whole data center explosion, and I don't know if it's impacting your state or not, but you know, in the oil and gas realm, it's always been very challenging to get water use information, and then just, you know, these new technology industries popping up, you don't really know about it until they're building it. And so industrial surveys are, it's all self-reporting, but, you know, getting self-reported data from proprietary uses is very challenging.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Director Owens.
Thank you. Thank you. This is, as you can tell from all the questions, really fascinating. Thank you very much for helping.
Sure.
I'm curious, it sounds like you were describing the voluntary help with the regional areas, and there was mention of hiring a number of consultants. What is the size of the staff that you have?
Oh, well, to administer the regional planning process specifically, I have a manager and 6 staff under her. So each planner has 3 regions that they are responsible for, and then we have a team lead that kind of helps the manager do a bunch of stuff and has 1 region. So that checks the box on 16. I have a senior planner under me that helps, thankfully, do the state water plan, because this is all parallel process moving at the same time. I guess our whole division is 22 people. So that, you know, we're getting into the folks that administer the annual surveys and doing the water estimates. So it's pretty lean. And it's all just on variable timelines as well. So it's manageable mostly, but there's points of time, and we're right in the midst of it, that it's pretty difficult. So, yeah.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please.
And you were saying your annual appropriation is $4 million. Does that mostly then go to consultants? It sounds like.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely all that goes directly passed through to planning groups. So we get more funds for our own staffing purposes.
And then how much is, what is the budget for your staffing? Is that an additional to the $4 million for the consultants?
Yes, it's additional. I'd have to look at my operating budget to give y'all a feel for the scale of that.
Okay.
I can send that to Heather.
That'd be great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for this. I have been kind of looking around your website as well, and in the past, out of interest, I have pulled and I'm currently looking at, from your state water plan, you develop a project list and then the cost associated with each of those projects, which I'm very impressed by the specificity and kind of how that is developed. But I think there are challenges with that potentially, but I'm curious. I'm looking at the list, and the total cost for all of the projects is over $79 billion. So how do you prioritize projects how do you decide what kind of makes the final cut? And maybe that will get into the funding piece, but I'm kind of curious how that gets funded.
Yeah, I'll answer that, and I'm thinking Keta should probably go next. So, and then I'll stay around for this afternoon. I'm available to answer questions too. But so that number you cited is from the 2022 State Water Plan. The data we're getting ready to take to the board in January, it's 179 billion. So it way exceeds the money that's available. And as far as prioritization, there used to be a schema in this process that required these planning groups to prioritize projects. That doesn't, well, what we found in practice is that doesn't implement those projects. What implements projects is it's totally up to the local sponsors to do that. So there's our financial assistance program for SWIFT. There are some prioritization criteria. So as a diverse set of beneficiaries of rural and urban, if it demonstrated conservation beyond XYZ, multiple things kind of go into it, but ultimately, and that will kind of inform who they'll offer those funds to. But to date, everybody that's come in to apply for those funds has been said they can apply for them and we could fund it. So obviously there's going to be a point at which there's not enough money to build what needs to be built. And there's been some large scale project development issues in the state this year that I don't know if y'all follow, but it's tricky. It's not unique to us. I think any elected body that's responsible for putting ratepayer funds towards a project feels a pinch on stuff. So I don't know how much influence we necessarily have over that. We're here to help people that come to us, but we're very dependent upon who comes in our door. And Keta's with the outreach groups. So they're always out there talking to folks and letting them know what's available that we have. But ultimately, somebody has to decide they want to take the loan and spend the money. So,
yeah, thank you.
So you bet. Maybe Keta, can she go ahead and get going? Because I know she has to get on the road to San Antonio, and then I'm happy to answer planning process questions.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Queta Caballero. I'm part of the outreach team here at the Texas Water Development Board. We are under the program administration side of the agency. Joining me today is also Jesse. Jesse is our Assistant Director of Program Administration. This presentation is going to be shorter than Temple's. Temple shared great information with y'all. We'll be sharing our financial programs, two of those, specifically one that ties into state water planning and an additional program that also offers some financing at the state level. The first three slides were provided by our finance staff within the division or within the department. They are unable to join us today, but they did share with me that they would be more than happy to answer any questions relating to bonds, and they will be more than glad to do that via email. So Heather, if you don't mind getting those questions over to us, if there are any, and then we'll share with our finance staff and those folks that charge with our bond information and our bond sell and so forth, and they'll be glad to respond to those. But just to give you some little bit of a background of a program that's specifically related to water planning, want to talk a little bit about the creation of the SWIFT program. The SWIFT program is called the State Water Implementation Fund for Texas. It was created by the state legislature, again, to address the goal of the agency, which is to secure a future water future for Texas. If you are familiar with our state water plan, you will know that in the state of Texas, we have folks moving in on a daily basis. Besides, big companies and corporations, we also see individuals that are calling Texas their home. With population increases, with the increase of job creations, we're not necessarily seeing the increase of water supply, and those folks that are moving in are not bringing any water with them. So in 2013, the state legislature made a huge investment, and that huge investment, along with the Texas voters approving that investment, there was an initial $2 million investment from our rainy day fund. Our rainy day fund in Texas is just a savings account that was created to ensure that we had that fund or that savings account to address any needs that the state may foresee in the future or may currently have. So it was passed by the ledge. It was passed by the voters, and it created the SWIFT, and also created the State Water Implementation Revenue Fund for Texas, and that is the section of the fund that does the revenue bonds. And then in 2025, we did some additional bond obligations, and those were done through our State Water Development Fund. Next slide, please. With the creation of the SWIFT program, policy goals were also created. The first thing they did was those goals were established, and that was to use those $2 billion to leverage $27 billion in the next 50 years. As you know, and as our state water plan will reveal to you, is that the demand is extremely, extremely high, and that high demand of water also is incorporated with the high demand for trying to finance these projects that have been identified within that state water plan. And also, our other goal was to maintain our credit rating. We're currently a AAA rating agency. We have been able to maintain that credit score, and we will continue to try to achieve and sustain that score. And the initiative to that, and the goal to that, was to ensure that we were able to do that long-term water planning, and also is that big investment in infrastructure. And we're all aware that the infrastructure costs can be pretty high. And the other goal was to start looking at projects that were looking to address or looking to incorporate some regionalization. And through those regional planning groups, you were able to do that through rural and small city participation. So what are the benefits of these goals? Well, we have local participants and applicants that are able to leverage some of those funding infrastructure needs through our credit worthiness. We are able to look at local cooperation through the regional planning groups, and kind of basically what we're looking at is doing, instead of doing single projects or single pipeline projects, we're looking to do multiple projects and multiple investments. And then you're going to be looking at, or we were looking at, having the significant cost savings in terms of what our terms that we're able to offer to those folks that are seeking financing through State Water Implementation Fund for Texas. Next slide, please. This is a revenue flow, a bond flow of the SWRF monies. This was provided, like I mentioned, from our finance group. It can be a pretty daunting slide because it captures a lot of mobile units within this slide. But as I mentioned, if you have any questions regarding this particular slide, finance will be more than happy to follow up with you. The next slide. Now I'm going to be talking about the specific programs, which is basically what I do throughout Texas as we market our financial programs. The State Water Implementation Fund for Texas is a program that is utilized by those folks that have projects within the state water plan. It is a loan-based program. It does offer the opportunity for a participant or an applicant to finance various phases of a project, which encompasses planning, acquisition, design, and construction, and does go through a priority process. The priority process is based on some very specific items that have been identified, and it goes through scoring, and then it goes through ranking, with the highest projects are the ones that are going to be notified that we are interested in financing their project. And then each program, including this particular one, does go through some specific program requirements. Applicants must follow these program requirements. Them not being able to follow them or implement these requirements can impede them from moving forward. In other words, not being able to move forward to closing, and therefore we're going to have to circumvent their current project that they've been selected to, that we have selected them to fund. Next slide, please. So who is eligible for these or this particular fund? Well, we look at political subdivisions. As you can see, here is a list of the political subdivisions and what it encompasses, which is basically your cities, your counties, all your river authorities, your special districts. your water improvement districts. We also are able to work with water control and improvement districts and irrigation districts. And last but not least, our groundwater conservation districts, as well as nonprofit water supply corporations. So as you can see from this list, it's pretty simple, it's pretty straightforward. But once again, these folks have to be the eligible folks that are within that state water plan. Next slide, please. So eligible projects, as Temple mentioned, the projects that are in the state water plan have to be recommended water management strategy projects, and there has to be an associated capital cost. And it has to be in the most recent adopted state water plan at the time that their applications are submitted. We refer to those as a bridged application. We open solicitation for our program on an annual basis. We do it in the fall. We are going to open, for example, this year we open in December. We give the applicants and the participants a couple of months to submit those abridged applications. And so we usually close those around February of each year. So we're looking at December 2025 with closing in February of 2026. As you can see, these are some examples of the types of projects that a participant can undertake. As Temple mentioned, we do look at conservation as well as reuse capture. You know, we do have a lot of the purple pipe projects, the desal, groundwater, and seawater. We're also able to do projects such as building new pipelines, developing well fields, purchasing water rights. These are just examples. This is not an all-inclusive list. Within our state water plan, you will find that there's a lot more projects that have been identified that may not fall into the specific examples. Next slide, please. So how do we finance these projects? We offer three terms of financing. Excuse me. Excuse me. We offer three terms of financing. The first one being our low interest obligations. This type of financing allows for maturities that range between 20 and 30 years max. You can go as low as 20 or as high as 30, or you can go in the middle at 25. The interest rates are going to be based on our cost of funds. We are a triple, as I mentioned in one of the slides, we are a AAA rating agency, so our bond sales are pretty good. There is, for this particular term, there are subsidies that are established by our board each funding year. And I'm going to show you some examples from 2025 so you can see the percentages of those subsidies that were established by our agency and by our board. Next slide, please. So this is an example, as I mentioned, from 2025. For low interest obligation, the 20-year, the tax exempt term was up to 25%. The 20-year taxable was up to 20%. And then from the following 5 years, which is 21 to 25, you see that our tax exempt was up to 18% and our taxable was up to 14%. And then from year 26 through 30, tax exempt we had at 14 and taxable we had up to 10%, again for the year 26 through 30. Next slide. Our agriculture and rural low interest obligations, those are a little bit different because they were able to get some additional subsidies as well. So the 20-year tax exempt term can be up to 50%. For the 20-year taxable, we looked at 40. For the 20-year tax exempt, we looked at 50 as mentioned in that very first line. Year 21 to 25 was up to 34% for those tax exempt, 27% for taxable. Year 26 for 30, the tax exempt was at 27% and the 22 was at taxable. So, and again, to qualify for those rural and agriculture low interest obligations, those folks have to do one of two things. They have to have an agriculture, water conservation, or irrigation benefit, or they have to serve a population of 10,000 or less, and that has to fall entirely outside an urban area that is defined by the U.S. Census, and that would be the most recent of and available U.S. Census data. Next slide, please. Now, the second term we're able to offer our participants is called deferred obligation. And this is also offers them a great opportunity to use this term to those folks that are looking for this deferred obligation to be used for planning and design. The maturity range is the same as the low interest, which is the 20 to 30 years. And this allows them the principal and the interest to be deferred up to 8 years. And those 8 years are from the delivery date or until the end of their construction project. And we would be looking at whichever one comes in sooner. If the delivery date comes in sooner, then we'll be looking at that. If it's at the end of construction, then we'll be looking at that. Also, projects that have long-term development periods in which the participant has to spend a good amount of time and money before they are actually able to deliver that water and the accompanying revenue stream materializes. I do want to clarify that this term and the next term, which is this term 2 and 3, do not offer any additional interest rate subsidies. The only one that offers that is the low interest one, which is the first one that I mentioned to you. Next slide, please. Now, the third term is our board participation. What does board participation mean? Basically, just that is that the board, our agency comes in and invests in this term. We take ownership of a regional facility, meaning that it's a right size project that is going to meet the future water demand. And then our interest would be the excess capacity portion of the project with a limitation of 80% of the total project cost that we're able to participate in. Once that is accomplished, then the participant repurchases that ownership interest, and we do that under a repayment schedule that will allow them to do that structured referral of both the principal and the interest. Financing terms are a little bit longer for this one. They could be up to 34 years, and basically it is because of that ownership that we're taking, and it is also because of that it's going to address your future demand and that excess capacity. There are no additional, like I mentioned previously, there are no additional subsidies that are applied for board participation. I do want to stress that the board is required to have to do specific determination. In other words, there's got to be an estimated cost of the facility that's going to exceed the current financing capabilities of the area, and it's not an or, it's an and. The public interest will be served by our participation in the project. So that is a requirement that cannot be circumvented. That will be that would be required by our board. Next slide, please. We also do multiple commitments, which also offers the applicant the opportunity to do a multiple year closing schedule on one single commitment. This provides the participants some a little more flexibility to allow them to support that need. We also include first year closing, and we may request a combination with an ND funding option. But I do want to note here that once the commitment has been established, those subsidies are going to be locked in, and they're going to be locked in through the end of the following fiscal year. Our fiscal years start September 1st of every year, and they end August 31st of every year. Next slide, please. So this is going to give you just a snapshot of how we're going to score the participant and how we're going to score their project, their specific project that is in the state water plan. We do maximum amount of points and we do minimum amount of points. You will see from the maximum points, we are going to look at the large population, and that is going to be based on a range of the population, a project from anywhere from 10,000 up to 1 million with a maximum amount of points of 30. We are also going to look at, is it is this going to provide assistance to an area that is diverse in an urban and rural population? And that is going to be based on the number of rural populations served in addition to at least one urban population. So that is up to 30 points. We're also going to take into consideration whether this project is going to provide regionalization, which is one thing that we mentioned that our goal is. So it's based on the number of entities served in addition to the applicant. Anytime you look at regionalization, you're looking at the ability to service a bigger population as well as incorporate those additional entities that can be part of that regionalization. That max is 30 point. We're also going to be looking at that their project is meeting a high percentage of water supply needs, and that is going to be for the users of the project, and that is going to be based on the water supply needs as well as that have been identified in the state plan, and that is up to 30 points for the maximum of 50 point in this category. There are some additional criteria points that we are able also to incorporate. We incorporate a local contribution, and that is going to include federal match, federal funding, and that includes upfront capital. So, such as funds that have already invested in the project or cash on hand. And we also take into consideration in-kind services that are going to be invested within this project that the applicant has submitted or rather has submitted. We look at financial capabilities of the applicant to repay. We do know that this is a loan program, and we do know that those costs that are going to be undertaken by the applicant will eventually be turned over and be paid by the users or the folks that are going to have to flip the bill. So we do look as household cost factors, and that we look at their household medium income that is going to be incorporated into that household cost factor. We also take into consideration emergency need. And just to quickly go back to the first local contribution, the max points that we're allowed for that is 5, and then the financial capabilities or the investment and the contribution of the household is 2 points, and then the emergency need, which is going to be based on Texas Commission of Environmental Quality's list of local public water systems with a water supply that within the last 10 days has been without rainfall, has a water supply need that anticipates to incur earlier than a decade than has been identified in the most recent state water plan, and the applicant has used or applied for federal funding for emergency. That's also extremely important for us to look at, with the maximum amount of given is 5 points. The readiness to proceed, is the applicant ready? Is the applicant, I tell folks, are all your ducks in a row? Has the applicant completed a primary plan, or have they completed a design? Are they potentially almost complete with that design? Do they have the ability to begin that implementation, to start construction of the project within the next 18 days of the application deadline, which is kind of the threshold of when projects get started? Have the acquisition of water rights that are associated with the project, have they been completed? Do they already have them? The maximum points being 8. The deconstruction of a project that is going to affect the project on water conservation, and that is going to include the preventing of water loss, which is one of the things that we identify in the water plan, and that is going to be based on the reductions in gallons per day. So basically, that one will give you a max of 15 points. So the maximum total amount of point is 85. And once we rank all those projects, we will then proceed to invite the highest ranking projects until we reach our funding capacity for that fiscal year. For example, if for that fiscal year we have a funding capacity of $100 million, we're going to invite as many projects as we can that we can fund with those $100 million. And that is just an example. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. So this is the loan process, the SWIFT loan process. So when we talk about the SWIFT, we also have to share with you what a loan process is going to encompass. The participant, and we kind of use various terms for the participant. We can use entity, participant, applicant, but of course, with the intention that all of those that are going to apply, their project has to be in the state water plan. The participant will prepare and submit that application that we refer to as an abridged application. Then we go through the prioritization review. They attend a pre-application meeting. The board then considers and approves that prioritization and that capacity. We send them an invitation to submit a full application. I do want to clarify that the applicant is not required to submit. We're inviting them to submit. They can come back and they can say, I'm not prepared to move forward for whatever reason. It could be that they felt at the time that they submitted that they were prepared, and for whatever reason they're not now. They do not have to submit a full application, and this is why we go through that invitation process. Those that do move forward with submitting, they submit the full application. We review their application. We make recommendations to our board. The board considers the approval of all those applications. The applicant then prepares the closing documents. Our attorney and legal will do all the review, and then we do the loan closing, and then we do the bond sale. And I apologize, there was an error in this slide. It's loan closing before our bond sale, and that is in the process of being corrected. Next slide, please. So how does the applicant access this particular program within their projects in the state water plan? Well, as I just mentioned, they complete that abridged application. They submit that application through our online portal, which is called our online loan application. Then we also offer them the ability to view all the details in the prioritization process in this link. So we always get questions about what's your prioritization process and what's a point system. And so we also were able to give them that link so they're able to go in there and look at all that information. Next slide, please. Now, I want to move forward. That was the SWIFT. That particular fund is directly related to the projects in the state water plan. This next fund, which is the one we sell bonds for as well for projects in the water plan, is the Texas Water Development Fund. This is our oldest program. This was created when the agency was created in the 1950s. And the intent of this program that we commonly refer to as a D fund is to fund water and wastewater projects under one loan. Next slide, please. So what does this do? As I mentioned, this may potentially fund projects that are in the state water plan. It is a loan-based program. It offers the same funding opportunities as the SWIFT. In other words, we are able to finance planning, acquisition, design, and construction of a project. This particular program does not go through a prioritization schedule and a prioritization process. We do solicit applications on a yearly basis. In fact, we are currently accepting applications for this year. It closes rather fast. We sit down and talk to the applicant. The applicant fills out the form. We put them on the list of those projects we need to sell bonds to finance, and then we go to approval from our board to go to sell, to go to closing, and then move forward. So this particular program moves along rather quickly. It does have program requirements, just like all our other programs. They may be different and they may be a little bit less than our other programs, but the applicant must comply with the program requirements as well that are established by this program. Next slide, please. So who are the eligible applicants? Very similar to SWIFT. These are political subdivisions, or cities, or counties, or river authorities, or districts, as well as our nonprofit water supply corporations. Next slide. What are some eligible projects? This is going to sound familiar because the eligible projects that are eligible under our SWIFT are pretty eligible for our D fund. This is water supply, which includes our reservoirs and well fields, our wastewater, our conservation. They're also able to do recapture, reuse, water quality enhancement, and flood control. Next slide. Our financing, we do offer long-term fixed rate interest, and again, there's going to be based on our cost of selling bonds AAA. We are able to offer 30-year repayment terms, but we do not go beyond that. And again, these are subject to eligibility and board approval. There is no maximum funding limit, but we do not move forward until our board approves those applications and those bond sales. Next slide. How do you access the D fund? Very simple. Like I mentioned, they give us a call. They say we are interested in submitting an application for the D fund. We schedule what is called a pre-application meeting with a regional team, meaning wherever they are located in the region where they're located. We have a regional water project development site to our division, and they meet with that team manager, and the team manager will then proceed to review the application as well as to review all those program requirements that the applicant must comply with. And then they submit the application, they wait for us to sell the bonds, and they wait for us to do that approval, and then we move forward. Again, this is done, the bond sales are done usually during summer. We're currently selling bond once a year. We were previously selling it twice a year, but for this particular program, we switched it up to once a year. That may change in the future if that is the direction that our board wants to go, but currently is only once a year. Next slide. This is the process. As I just mentioned in the previous slide, the process of what the applicant will undertake from that pre-application meeting all the way to the end of executing the loan closing. Next slide. Now, I do wanted to share with you that recently, and because of the heightened interest in water, and then of course as well as the investment that the state legislature had done in the past, this current state legislature that just ended in May of 2025, we saw some additional appropriations that we got from them. Next slide. And so we wanted to share with you this huge investment that our Texas voters approved, and a little bit about this money. So this was House Joint Resolution 7, and this was included as a constitutional amendment indicating that a portion of the revenue that was going to be generated from the sales tax, state sales tax, as well as use tax, was going to be put into what is called a Texas Water Fund. It was approved by our Texas voters earlier this month, and it is going to allow us to utilize $1 billion per year for the next 20 years. And actually, this is the first time this type of revenue stream investment is going to be specifically dedicated for water infrastructure in Texas, which will heavily give us the opportunity to incorporate those projects within the state water plan as to address some additional water projects within the state of Texas. Next slide. Senate Bill 7 tied directly into the House Joint Resolution 7. And this is just a little bit more of an explanation of what it's going to do. It's going to allow us to look at water and wastewater reuse, acquisition of out-of-state water rights, shovel-ready reservoir added to eligible projects that can be funded under a new water supply for Texas fund. That new water supply for Texas fund was created by the previous legislation, which was the 88th session. And that gave us a one-time lump sum of $1 billion, and it incorporated this new water supply for Texas fund. This is a brand new program, and this is basically for new water source. And then is going to potentially allow us to add some additional money to the State Water Implementation Fund for Texas, which ties in directly to the state fund that incorporates those water projects. Next slide. House Bill 500, this is an additional supplement that we got, supplemental monies that we got from the legislature. It gave us a one-time 1.038 billion from general revenue, and that is going to be, again, used for water supply, water infrastructure, and water and supply projects. It authorizes 881 million to our agency for the Texas Water Fund. Next slide. This is a contact. That is Temple's contact, and that is my contact. We're all on all social media platforms. We want to make sure that we're providing all accessibility to all our applicants as well as to the general public. Next slide. And I think with that one, that's probably our last slide. Thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity to present. Again, these are only two programs that we did an overview on. Jesse and I are open for questions. We do have a lot more programs that we administer. As you know, in your state, we have the federal program, the State Revolving Fund, and some of those projects within the state water plan can also be incorporated within projects and eligible projects and eligible applicants under our state revolving funds.
Thank you. You've done a great job. We'll limit it to one question for right now. And if anybody else has questions, we'll funnel those through Heather to get a response from you. But go ahead, Karma.
Well, I raised my hand first, so I get to ask my question, I guess. But there's tons of questions in this group. And this has just been fascinating. And thank you very much. I probably have a very simplistic question related to some of the more detailed ones that I'm sure people have. But on the success of getting Proposition 4 approved by your voters, which is a recent thing, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
It's kind of a two-tiered question. What was the percent of voters that wanted to approve Proposition 4 versus those against? And then the second piece of that is maybe talk just a little bit briefly on the PR that Texas did to get that vote through.
I am not quite sure in the percentage. Jesse, do you know? I would think it was pretty high.
Yeah, I'm thinking it was somewhere around 60 to 70%, but our government relations folks probably have all those statistics on that.
That's what I heard from folks. There's a lot of nonprofit and professional associations that really spearheaded that effort, and the stats I heard was about 70%. Although going into the election, it was polling much lower than that. So I would say there was a really significant effort by water professionals in the state to redirect some misinformation around it. We as an agency, we can't lobby. So people on here, we didn't do anything hands-on about it, but we definitely have partners in the water community that sunk a lot of money into a campaign around it.
Appreciate you.
And I think,
go ahead.
And just to end, I do want to highlight that because it was a priority topic for our executive out of the state, which is our governor, our lieutenant governor, our speaker. And because of the water situation and the drought situation, where we have areas in Texas that are out of water, are going to run out of water, I think highlighting that priority as well as our partners, our public partners, really gave us the opportunity to sell that to the public. In other words, they sold it for us, and so we were glad that they did.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation. We're kind of up against a hard schedule here.
Thank you.
The members that have questions, please send those to Heather, and we'll get the responses back to everybody. Thank you.
Have a good day.
We're going to take a quick break here and come back for one more presentation before lunch. 5, if you can do it. Please hurry. I'm sorry, Lindsay, but...
No, it's okay. But I am going to submit questions.
Submit your question and we'll get it. So $1 billion
A year.
We were asking for savings and all that. 10% of the population.
I should have checked it worked fine the last time I used it, so I just grabbed it.
They are then. Are they?
As it is, presentation to. Hey, good morning.
How are you
Program.
Lynn? Okay. I will be there Monday.
I know, I wish I had coffee. No, Regina is closed. Is that where they went? Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh.
hammer, but that's the best I can do. We'll move forward to talking about the California water planning process with Joel Metzger. Joel, are you there?
I am here. Can you start with you? Yeah. Okay. I don't think my video is working though, so let's see. Can you see me?
Yes.
All right. Well, good morning. I'm Joel Metzger. I'm the Deputy Director of Statewide Water Resources Planning with the California Department of Water Resources. And I'm here with Eric Sy and also Roman Mianli, who have been working on this planning process for much, much longer than I have. So we have some good resources to provide this information to all of you and also answer questions that you may have. I would say that we had a major piece of legislation pass just this last session. It was signed by Governor Newsom on October 2nd. That's called the Senate Bill 72. And that is really targeting the water plan. And the mandate is for us to modernize it significantly from what it has been in the past. One of the biggest things that came in that legislation is we now are required to produce a plan that would identify 9 million acre feet of additional water supply for the state by 2040. And it's a highly ambitious target. And so as we think about implementing that and planning for that on a very short time frame, we're going to really see a lot of changes to the plan. So with that lens, knowing that this plan is going to change, what Eric's going to present today to you is an overview of the planning process as it has been. And we're going to be using the 2023 plan as the example. This plan is updated every 5 years, and so we are working on the 2028 plan update, which will incorporate some of the new mandates in Senate Bill 72. So with that, thank you for the opportunity for us to share information with this group, and we look forward to partnering with Kansas moving forward on statewide water planning and learning from you. And I hope that you can take away some interesting information from this presentation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Eric, and he's going to walk you through the slides.
Great. Sounds good. Hello, everyone. I'm Eric Sy with the California Department of Water Resources, and I'm a supervising engineer. Thanks a lot for the privilege of being able to present to you today. Next slide, please. No more. So is that, because I'm not sure who, yeah, okay, great. And then you can go to the next one as well. Great. And so just to give kind of an overview of California water plan, I think a key premise of California water management really is, it's really founded on local control, right? So it's a very big state, many different regions with very different, conditions, unique to each one. There's hundreds of thousands of different agencies that all manage water throughout California. And so the state really does have a kind of a support kind of role and an oversight role as well in water management. And so this California water plan, which Joel described as we produce every 5 years, it's the only strategic planning really platform within the state, but it's not a highly prescriptive plan in the sense that it does not identify specific projects. So it doesn't authorize specific actions, strategies, projects, or funding, and so it doesn't come with teeth per se. It does influence policy. So it's more kind of a policy strategic document overall. The time and content is specified, specifically in our California Water Code, and so it's this platform, of data as well as kind of collaborative water planning and policy conversations specified within recommendations as well. So as it describes here, and informs kind of conversations on water management policy. It helps align policies across the Department of Water Resources within California as well as other state agencies, raising awareness on recommendations, opportunity to kind of collaborate with a diverse range of stakeholders at the local, state, and federal level as well, and also kind of serves as this idea lab to then kind of explore different innovative planning and policy recommendations. Next slide, please. And so this is what the water code specifies as the job of the water plan. The state's master plan, which guides the orderly and coordinated control, protection, conservation, development, management, and efficient utilization of the water resources of the state. Next slide, please. And this is just the provision that describes how it doesn't constitute any kind of approval for the construction of specific projects or relative for transfer of water or for financial assistance by the state without further legislative action, nor shall it be construed as a prohibition of the development of the water resources of the state by any entity, right? So, yeah, we don't get into project-specific detail within the water plan. Again, it's more of a strategic planning policy document. Next slide. So this slide just kind of shows how California history has evolved quite significantly over time. From initial colonization to development and growth throughout the 1850s and 1920s, a period of federal investment leading to infrastructure expansion, leading to a period of environmental and public trust, state bond funding, and finally, now in 2020, past 2020, an emphasis on climate change and also social changes as well. And the message really here is that the water plan has evolved, with each of the times. The very first water plan in 1957 really, developed and planned for the State Water Project, which is a storage and a delivery system that sends water, brought 2/3 of the state, basically, from the Northern California to Southern California. And so it's really kind of big picture infrastructure planning. And over time, the emphasis on each water plan has evolved as the issues and challenges within the state and water management has evolved as well. Next slide. And so you can see here, these are some of the most recent California water plan updates in this 5-year cycle. With the 2005 plan, 2009 plan, emphasizing on climate change and looking at different future scenarios and watershed management. 2013 having a few different emphases and themes, and 2018 and ultimately developing into our latest 2023 plan, which have the themes of equity, climate change, as well as watershed resilience and watershed-based planning. Next slide. And so yes, that's the themes then of this plan then. Climate urgency. We at California feel that we've already are experiencing climate change. Climate is becoming more extreme with the drier periods becoming even more dry and the wetter periods becoming more wet. And that influence is being felt across many different areas within California in very complex and unique ways within each watershed. And hence the need to really focus on watershed-based planning to address those climate threats, as well as to be really cognizant that some of those most vulnerable populations are the ones that are maybe feeling the biggest impacts, not only from climate change, but also from lack of sustainability of water as well. Next slide. So this is just kind of just an overview then of the table of contents for the water plan. It kind of starts with some context and vision, describes some kind of base data on existing conditions and challenges, describes both kind of regional summaries across the state, as well as the importance of our backbone systems, which I'll talk about later. In terms of some of our kind of policies and recommendations, it summarizes our state activities. We identified a new watershed resilience program, as well as had chapters on equity and tribal chapters as well. Ultimately, kind of culminating in recommendations portion at the very end. All right, next slide. So this is kind of the vision for the update 2023 overall. All Californians benefit from water resources that are sustainable, resilient to climate change, and manage to achieve shared values and connections to our communities and the environment. So that's kind of the overarching kind of goal and kind of policy direction that the water plan describes. Next slide. And so this kind of shares a bit about the background, right, of California water. You kind of see that most of the precipitation falls in northern part of the state, but much of the population is in the southern portion, right? So there's already kind of a disconnect between hydrology where people live And so this kind of describes how, after accounting for, flows that are specifically managed for, the ecosystem and protecting the environment, the rest of that water goes to, these various, urban agricultural, needs as well. And that varies heavily because of our Mediterranean climate that we have that kind of varies from, wet years and dry years, right? So, the pie chart on the left kind of shows the distribution within a typical wet year, 2019. And in 2020, that does change, with the dry periods then. And all of this is kind of accounted for through basically a water supply and balances data set that we developed every year, basically, and update every 5 years and report out in the California Water Plan as well. Next slide. And so this kind of, shows you how, really kind of diverse the state, really is. We divided it into 10 different hydrologic regions, as you can kind of see, in the map. And what this, I know this is kind of a little bit of a complex graphic, but the top lines then are showing how water is used throughout the state, right? And the bottom kind of bar showing you is where's that water supply coming from? Is it coming from the Colorado, river? Is it coming from a federal project or state projects or local projects, and what's that water being used for? And so that's really kind of accounted for then, throughout all of California then, throughout all these hydrologic regions. You can kind of see how, conditions in the Sacramento River are very different than those even in the San Joaquin River, even though they're both in the Central Valley, and so on for the rest of these hydrologic regions. And so this data set then is, collected and updated every single year. Next slide. And what we do is describe these kind of in regional summaries then. So for each of those 10 hydrologic regions, we characterize the key challenges and considerations there. We show kind of the detailed kind of water balance information in terms of where supplies are coming from and what that water is being used for, as shown here. So this kind of summarizes kind of an existing kind of current condition snapshot. Next slide. Included within the regional profile, we also look at future risks as well. Right? And so I mentioned that climate change is a very big driver, in our kind of planning and decision making, here in California. So we're looking at, what are the key climate risks that are on the horizon? Which, kind of water sectors are maybe most vulnerable to kind of future risks, and we kind of have that in kind of a consumer report style kind of report card, as well as any kind of future climate change projections and data that's shown as well. We do have analysis that's called future scenarios analysis, which looks at a wide variety of different climate change scenarios and how that influences various water related metrics, both not only for water supply but for groundwater, ecosystem, as well. And so that's going to give you a snapshot of how we kind of characterize some of our regions. Next slide. And so I mentioned how climate change has kind of complex impacts to many different parts of the state, and this kind of shows how not only does it result in physical changes, but really has cascading effects to really all sectors of water supply or water management. That is right. So it's not only influences on water supply, but our flood management systems are being challenged. Water quality and recreation are also being influenced. Forest and wildfire, management, is also influenced with rising temperatures. Hydropower ecosystems and groundwater as well also are kind of facing the effects of current climate change, as well as that projected into the future, as well. And so, and all of these kind of vary significantly by watershed, and hence the need to really understand these complex processes on a watershed by watershed level as well. Next slide. So one key aspect of this recent water plan is development of a watershed resilience program, where you can kind of see here in the kind of, I would say, the red, kind of those key climate challenges that were summarized in the previous slide. And what's needed is really collaboration, across multiple different interest groups, at the local level, whether they be regional kind of water management groups, forest and fire groups, vulnerable communities, tribes, collaboration really across the watershed to both understand what climate change risks are, as well as what are some multi-benefit adaptation projects that we can do together that would be able to kind of address these unique challenges, and the need for really state agencies across California to be supporting them as well. And so we are kind of piloting and developing this approach, starting with a few watersheds, but plan to kind of develop that in other parts of California as well. Next slide. And so in addition to a focus on the sustainability of individual watersheds, which is key, I think a unique aspect of our state is that we have kind of these large, what we call kind of backbone infrastructure systems that really manage water across multiple watersheds, right? So I mentioned before about our state water project, which includes really canals that stretch across 2/3 of the state, over 700 miles, again, that send water from the northern part of California to parts of the Bay Area and also Southern California, as well as part of the Central Valley as well. Many people from the state, receive their water from that project, which is, developed and built and operated by the state. In addition to that, there's also a federal project called the Central Valley Project, which also provides water to both municipal and industrial, as well as agricultural partners within the Central Valley that's managed by the federal government as well. So these are two really key foundational projects that again stretch across most of the state. That really the resiliency of these projects that they perform and that they provide the services they provide now and into the future is really critical as well to overall sustainability of our economy and livelihood as well. And so really kind of dual messages, the need to maintain sustainable and resilient watersheds, but also to be investing in these large backbone systems and making sure that they're prepared for the future as well. Next slide. I know this is kind of a complex graphic. We call this the sideways jellyfish graphic, actually. And if I could kind of walk you through it a bit, it kind of shows you how interconnected really the system really is in California. On the left side, you see, there's all these kind of source watersheds, right? What the previous map had shown is that feeding into those large projects, the State Water Project, the Central Valley Project, are all these source watersheds that really water falls into these watersheds and kind of feeds those key projects, right? So you can kind of see then these source watersheds provide inputs into these built infrastructure projects such as the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project, right? And then there's other key kind of infrastructure projects listed here as well. Those get conveyed throughout ecosystem hubs of natural infrastructure. And the major kind of ecosystem hub within California is the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, which is really kind of the central hub of kind of where water flows from the Central Valley out into the ocean. And from there, it gets then imported to many receiving watersheds all throughout the state, right? And that's what's on the right side. And so really, the sustainability and resilience of many of the watersheds on the right side are very much intrinsically linked to the built infrastructure, the natural infrastructure, and the source watersheds that come upstream of it, right? And so this kind of just shows you how really integrated the system is and how it's important to emphasize resilience throughout all of California and not just in individual watersheds, right? Next slide. And so another key theme then of the water plan was really equity, right? Acknowledging that, in many areas, many Californians don't have access to safe, clean, and affordable drinking water. Many, in certain parts of rural areas, that people don't rely on a distributed, water supply network. They're relying on, domestic wells that sometimes run dry in drier years or when groundwater levels are dropping. And so really kind of acknowledging that some of these frontline communities are the most vulnerable to floods, to drought, and other climate risks as well. And that there are these kind of key, economic, social, environmental barriers that exist that prevent equitable outcomes within our systems. And so we talk about that and kind of acknowledge that and describe that, within the California Water Plan, within that equity chapter that I listed before in the table of contents. Next slide. And I think you might have skipped one. Why don't I just move back one? Thanks. And so another key aspect was really kind of engaging with our tribes as well. So there's many Native American tribes within California, and we actually had several key leaders from Native American tribes actually help develop and write the tribal chapter within our water plan, actually. And so there they kind of described, various tribal related issues and challenges related to water management as listed here. We also host the Tribal Water Summit, as well. We each update cycle to really kind of engage, tribal partners and really kind of, utilize and leverage the tribal ecological knowledge as well in our planning processes too. Next slide. So all this information gets rolled up then into kind of a set of recommendations. We call the roadmap to resilience. There's high-level objectives that lead to specific recommendations, and then are summarized into specific actions. And next slide, we'll kind of show you that just at the highest level, these are kind of some of the objectives then that we're talking about. They're included within the water plan. Supporting watershed resilience planning and implementation in terms of the watershed resilience program I had mentioned before, improving the resilience of backbone, state, federal, and regional built infrastructure, investing in our natural infrastructure as well, advancing equitable outcomes in water management, supporting learning from tribal resources, looking at increasing the flexibility of regulatory systems, and also thinking about how to provide stable funding then for implementing actions. And each of these then have, again, more specific detailed recommendations underneath them and more specific actions underneath them as well. Next slide. So I know that there was, kind of an interest in funding and how is this work funded then? Much of the funding does come from our general fund, which is then, kind of appropriated from the legislature on a regular basis. A small portion of it is well, actually not a small, a portion of it is also funded by the State Water Project, where it links to, service of that specific project. But on average, kind of, annual expenditures are around $4 million per year, by work stream here. And the work streams are kind of summarized here on the right in terms of, the kind of various different work efforts and what percentage of that budget is being, applied there. And so the left bullets are kind of a summary. So, and about 50% of it is on data, right? Collecting data, processing the data, analyzing the data, right? And developing that as kind of a resource that we provide for really publicly, another aspect of kind of assessments. And then finally, the strategic plan formulation and kind of the policy recommendation portion of it is about 27% is, in terms of how our funding is. And that's been pretty kind of, I would say, stable, throughout, the last few cycles. I know that, the cost of staff has increased over time, but, funding has generally stayed the same. So we've had to do kind of more with less over time, I would say. Next slide. This is just kind of shows you where we could kind of access more information on the California Water Plan. We do have an e-newsletter that we send out, as well as kind of web portal, which you can see links to all of our data and our tools, and the most recent water plan update as well. Next slide. And this is the recent Senate bill that Joel had referred to that just recently got passed this year. It does establish a statewide water supply target of 9 million acre feet, which is an interim target by 2040, which provides kind of a benchmark to strive towards. It was supported by a wide coalition of local agencies that at the water plan incorporate this actually. And so this will likely kind of again create a different emphasis on the water plan for 2028 and 2023. But again, will be something that we think will achieve all these things, help align investments, strengthen collaboration, and also promote some more accountability as well. In addition to the identification of targets, I think future plans will also look at what are some adaptation strategies or projects that would help meet that target as well, down the road as well. So we think this will help really kind of put a new and kind of modernized, kind of emphasis on the water plan as a key roadmap for the state moving forward. Next slide. And so that basically summarizes kind of our quick presentation on the California Water Plan. Wanted to stop and see if there's any questions for either myself or Joel on the development of our water plan.
Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions for you. Thank you for the information. How do other state agencies use your plan? You know, you say it's guiding principles, there's recommended action items, but what does that look like in practice for locals and your peer agencies?
Yeah, so in terms of coordination with state agencies, we do have kind of a state advisory committee. So we have partners like the State Water Resources Control Board and other state agencies, whether it be Department of Conservation, or Central California Department of Fish and Wildlife, for instance. And so we're getting representatives from each of them to help develop the recommendations, right? And to also kind of have them review the drafts and policies as well that are described there. So I think it's an opportunity to kind of work across the different agencies. We have a lot of different state agencies within California that have touch upon water. And so I think, it's used as a forum then to kind of, be able to kind of coordinate across these state agencies, on the content, I think, specifically. And in terms of locals, I think a lot of local agencies, they utilize the data, the foundational data, right, on their specific region, for instance, to help inform them of the climate risks, of their future risks, of current conditions, and then to help inform projects. But also I think that they use it as a way to see what direction is the state moving in. What are the types of things that we're trying to incentivize here, and how can they then align their projects, their actions in a way that they can be in alignment with us, that they can be receive funding or be able to kind of facilitate implementation of their projects and their actions on a more effective way.
And on the new push to give you the new supply benchmark, is that coming from the difficulties over the Colorado supply, long-term drought, or maybe it's all of the above? But I'm just curious, for as far as you could perceive, what the push in the legislature was to move to that sort of benchmark in the plan.
Yeah, so I would say that, really the genesis of that legislation really was actually the governor's water supply strategy. And so it was so the governor put out a water supply strategy that basically said, hey, there's going to be a 10% reduction in our water supply due to climate change, really, right? So it's going to be hotter, it's going to become drier, or at least more extreme in our weather. And if we don't do anything about it, there's going to be a supply and demand gap, right? If nothing's done. And so that document actually set forth some interim targets then on, hey, we need to recharge groundwater more. We need to look at desalination. We need to look at increasing the water supplies. We need to look at water recycling, right? We need kind of an all of the above approach into how do we increase these water supplies to make up this gap. And I would say that the SB 72 has, in a way, been kind of like the institutionalization of that water supply strategy, and making sure that, we're kind of having a long-term view on what is a reasonable target, for the state as a whole, and how do we kind of effectively, move in a direction that's getting us there. So I guess that's how I would describe maybe kind of the initial, reason for the target. I think it rested initially on a lot of some of the climate drivers as well, and challenges of aging infrastructure. But I think a lot of the local agencies also got behind it as a way to really message the importance of water management and and kind of demonstrate their need for funding and action as well.
Thank you.
Connie.
Thank you. Great presentation. Thank you so much. I'm wondering about the funding that you receive. What is your annual state appropriation to fund the water plan development? And with Senate Bill 72 was an additional appropriation granted to implement that.
Yeah. So the amount that we receive then is the 4 million amount per year. So that's split across. We have existing state staff, agency staff, then DWR, as well as consultants that we bring in too. So since SB 72 was just passed, we're still figuring out exactly how much is going to be funded, because it is going to be obviously new scope that's added to the plan. So we're still finding that out in terms of how much more additional funding would be provided to help achieve SB 72.
So money didn't come with that. The money comes after you figure out how to do that.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have to submit like a budget change proposal and basically state that yes, SB 72 was passed, it has this kind of scope, it's going to take this amount of money to achieve that, because it's already been passed by the legislature then, so yeah, that's the process that we're in right now.
Thank you.
Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two quick ones. The first one, on that slide about all the different state agencies that kind of touch water, is there a dominant one, or maybe who has the most FTEs devoted to water or not? That's the first question. Then back to Senate Bill 72 on that aligning investments, and you're probably still wading through it, but how can you give me an example where you would say a local project doesn't advance statewide priorities, or are you scoring that? I mean, I think we're wrestling with that same question, but that is hard to do. I'd love to see how somebody else did it, or maybe catastrophically failed at it and said, "Don't try this."
Yeah. So maybe to answer your first question, because yeah, I admit that within California we have many different state agencies, right? And they all some of them touch water. Maybe to explain this kind of simply, what the California Department of Water Resources, our role, we operate and manage the state water project, right? The project I mentioned before, but we also provide kind of a more technical assistance role and I would say a support role, as well as managing, grants. We, help kind of review the production of groundwater sustainability plans, which is also a kind of another key legislation, within California as well. And so it's more of a kind of a technical, maybe support, assistance role, I would say, within, Department of Water Resources. State Water Resources Control Board, which we'll hear about from, in the second half of this presentation, it plays more of a regulatory and oversight, role, but they also have, grants that they administer as well. So that's to me kind of how I would describe, how it's, kind of divided. But again, it's all kind of coordinated across agencies as well.
And maybe just for some numbers, DWR has around 3,600 employees, and the majority of those are in operations running the California Aqueduct and Oroville and that whole system. And the state board is somewhere around 1,700 employees. They focus a lot on regulations. We focus a lot on operations, planning, grant funding, things of that nature. So we definitely, I think, have different lanes. But I would say that at the executive level, we are talking to the state board about ways that we can work more closely together and match up funding that they can provide and grants that they provide to some of our planning documents, and look for ways to better align to help the locals know what we're trying to do, and then provide funding to incentivize those actions. And then the other question was, are there any folks out there in local water management who are not doing what we want them to? I would say so. As someone who came from being a general manager of a water agency in the Sierra Nevada foothills near Yosemite, there are often very strongly held beliefs and priorities about water throughout the state that often don't align with the direction that DWR and the state board are providing. And so, that's fine. Local water management is how it generally works in California. But I think that where we can provide carrots and sticks and steer the state in the right direction, that aligns with the water plan, and now with SB 72 helps us work toward this additional water supply, which is really making up for lost water supply due to the changing climate, to keep us at least where we are now. I think that that's where we can show guidance and try to get more alignment statewide.
Lindsay?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You kind of answered this question with your last response, but as Josh mentioned, we're in a way going through a similar process as the task force. We've identified our risks. We generally know our goals. We're kind of assessing our existing planning process and kind of figuring out, where we want to go and how much that's going to cost to achieve those goals. So I was just wondering, how do you see Senate Bill 72 changing what you do kind of operationally? Like, if you have this goal in this direction, does that mean you know, you will start creating a project list to help reach this goal? Or are you just kind of collecting, you know, across agencies, some of the work that's being done, some of the projects that are being proposed locally to reach this goal? I'm just trying to wrap my mind around that. How do you get there, and how does that change what you're doing currently?
Yeah, so I mean, we're still developing it, right? I would say, but I think, you know, one part of it. I mean, the first part of it is what the legislation says is that you really have to, you know, come up with a stronger basis for the target, right? So in addition to that target, you know, what's the basis for that? How do you really kind of quantify, you know, the water that's needed for, you know, agriculture, M&I, you know, as well as the environment, right? And so one big part of this is kind of what we call our future scenarios analysis, which is this kind of hydrologic model, which basically that helps us identify and quantify those things. Right now, you know, that model only exists within predominantly the Central Valley, the Sacramento and San Joaquin, you know, Valley. Then, so that's, you know, only 2 of those 10 hydrologic regions, right? And so what we think that the SB 72, you know, will help allow is that over the long term, be able to expand that out to the entire state. So we already were planning to, you know, expand into the south coast, for instance, hydrologic region. But I think we'll be able to accelerate that geographic expansion to, you know, more areas throughout California, and that would be able to then, you know, understand not only, again, you know, current water needs, but also be able to project future, you know, environment, you know, water needs, you know, as well. And then kind of, yeah, be able to use that same tool then to be able to look at specific adaptation strategies. And again, we're not, you know, interested in looking at every single little project, right? Because that may not show up, you know, within at a large statewide model. But again, thinking about the role of the state, you know, what are some of the larger, you know, projects that maybe, you know, influence water across watersheds, right? Possibly involving reservoirs, for instance, reservoir operations and things. You know, that's kind of the role of the state in terms of the scale of projects that most likely we would possibly lead or invest in.
And I think also the legislation mandates an economic analysis and a cost benefit of action and inaction. And that's never something that we have had in the water plan at this level. And so I think that, you know, there's been some work done by the University of California system on that. We're going to expand on that. And then drilling down, like Eric said, to the actual Huck 8 watershed level, much more granular. And once we understand the baseline data for water use, once we understand what an extreme climate moving forward will change for those small areas of the state by watershed, we understand what the supply and demand gap will be. That's what we'll use to determine the new target, which is going to be different than 9 million. We'll determine that internally once we've done the work. But I think what's most important is delivering adaptation strategies to local water managers customized to their area. That's what they're going to reach to the plan for and use in their planning, in their capital improvement plans, in their infrastructure investments. And I think that's going to be the value of this. And then showing that cost benefit of either doing these things or not, and what the cost will be if they don't do those things. That's compelling for boards of directors, for elected officials, for staff. And that's something that I think will be very useful. And so I think that those are some new things that SB 72 is going to bring, including, you know, looking at how much do we need to invest in the state as a whole to reach this goal. And it's going to be a staggering number, you know, in the hundreds of billions, and just having an honest conversation about what that number is, what type of projects those are, and how we can fund that kind of investment.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Rogers.
Thank you. Interesting. A couple things. I guess I'm still got questions on SB 72 and how that works in with the slide says right now you have about $4 million in expenditures for the water plan, and you kind of said, well, 72 kind of works in concert, I guess, kind of an add to it. But I guess I'm trying to figure out kind of twofold. One, SB 72 was driven by a legislator, by water interests, who, because you basically looks like you passed a framework, but there's no funding. So how far away are you from being able to get an appropriation to to start the process, because that's what I'm trying to figure out, and how this could all, how it's gonna work together, because we know your water structures are different, San Joaquin Valley and all that rich agriculture production and all the populations, different than here in Kansas, but just trying to grab my head around how this new legislation, helps, or does that usurp what you already kind of have going now? Thank you.
Sure. So what I can share is there was an estimate that we provided when the bill had not passed yet, which was publicly provided. That was that to implement this, we would need $6.8 million per year in addition to the $4 million that we already have for the first 5 years. And then that would be reduced to $3.4 million in addition from there forward. And so that was our estimate. We are now in talks with Department of Finance on what it would take to get going on this. And I think either this week or next week, we're going to hear back from them on whether any funding will be coming our way for this coming fiscal year and be included in the January 10 budget from the governor. And so if funding does make it in, we would see that in July of 26, and we could move this forward. If it's not funded, or it's funded much less than what our estimate was, that's simply going to delay our work, and it's going to extend the number of years it takes for us to fulfill the mandate.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, then, so of this, who pays for the projects? If a project identifies as local, is it state? That's kind of the other thing to piece this all together.
So the projects are generally funded in California through a combination of a grant from a state or federal agency, and then some sort of match from the local water district or water agency. In some cases, you can see 100% funding come in the form of a grant. In other cases, a local district could invest in a project with 100% their funds if it's necessary and urgent. So it can be all of the above. But what I would say is just my understanding of being a local water manager, especially the small to medium, there just really isn't funding to pay for these projects that are needed with 100% local funds, because what that would do is it would place too much of a burden on the ratepayers of that area, and it would make that cost a serious problem for that community and a hardship. And so I think striking the balance between moving toward the goals that we're setting with types of projects, making sure we have a clear plan to get there, and then giving the resources to the locals to decide what they're actually going to build, and providing funding in the form of grants and loans to help them reach those goals in alignment with where we're trying to go. That's going to be the mix of how we build these out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. I think we have Joe Karkoski. Are you there, Joe?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, maybe you can help us with some of the financial side of things here.
Yeah, just a second. Let me get on camera here. All right, you can see me all right? And
yes.
Yeah, well, thank you for inviting me to speak to your group. Hi, William. Good to see you. And Chair, I want to do a time check. I know you were scheduled to end at 1 for this session, so I'll adjust my talk based on when you would like me to end, including any questions the committee may have.
You can proceed, but I will say once the food is set up, staff and others, if you want to go ahead and grab something, we'll kind of have a working lunch here. So
okay, great.
You can go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, thank you. So again, I'm Joe Karkoski. I'm the Deputy Director of the Division of Financial Assistance at the California State Water Resources Control Board. I actually grew up a couple states over from you all in Indiana, and went to Michigan State University when there were only 10 schools in the Big Ten. So it's a little bit of my background. So next slide, please. So I'll just I'll focus more on drinking water and clean water. I know you have interest in overall water infrastructure in general, The State Water Board doesn't have funding programs to pay for really big projects, like large dams, reservoirs, that sort of thing. So go ahead, next slide, please. So I think you all had a question about who are the big players in California water. I think Joel or Eric touched on this. So this is the State Water Board's mission. So we cover the broad range of water rights. We also have a drinking water program. So we do the regulatory oversight on drinking water. We have 9 regional water quality control boards that focus on addressing discharge of waste to both ground and surface water. So it's pretty broad purview over California water from the regulatory and policy perspective. I head up the Division of Financial Assistance. So we're the lead in administering financial programs that are appropriated to us to oversee. Next slide, please. So focusing on drinking water, kind of the typical eligible projects that you might think about, in terms of treatment, distribution, source capacity. Big emphasis in California is on consolidation of small systems. So I do think, as you're thinking about your own funding and policy issues, one of our areas of focus is on those small systems where they really don't have that technical, managerial, or financial capacity to be sustainable. So one of the we believe one of the good policy answers is to promote consolidation. So we do that through a variety of incentive programs with funding. The other thing that I think is unique is we have a very robust technical assistance program. We're going to be bumping that up to about $300 million plus total that we've committed. And that technical assistance primarily goes to small, mostly economically disadvantaged communities. The different kinds of recipients include, as you'd expect, community water systems, also non-transient, non-community systems. Those are, basically schools that we focus on, unregulated state small water systems. We provide funding through nonprofits, especially for technical assistance. And we also fund tribes, both federally and state recognized tribes. So the funding types are, we have loans. I know William can talk to you about the state revolving fund loan. So that's our primary loan program, which you may know is kind of a combination of its federal state partnership. We also have grants, both federal funding that we use, as well as plenty of state money, which I'll touch on in a minute. And again, we focus on those small economically disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. Now, I think one of the really important tools is to do that kind of assessment of needs. This is just a little bit of a snapshot of that. We actually have a pretty robust report. And, if you all haven't looked at it already, there's also periodic need surveys that are done at the national level for both drinking water and clean water. So, for example, for California, the recent need survey was $65 billion worth of need over 20 years. And on the drinking water side is $83 billion in need. Now we drilled down much further with our drinking water needs assessment, really focused on smaller communities. And when I say smaller, that's like population of 10,000 or less, 3,300 connections or less. Those are the ones that primarily fail. And by failure, I mean they're out of compliance. Normally, they're exceeding a primary maximum contaminant limit. So currently we have about 390 failing systems serving about a population of 800,000. And again, California has about 40 million people. Now with our funding, we're actually helping about 62% of those failing systems either through they're in the mode where they're constructing projects or we're providing technical assistance. The other on the right, you see we have at-risk systems. So that's an analysis we do through this needs assessment, looking at those public water systems that are at risk of failure. So trying to get to them before they actually fail. So we have funding going to about 19% of those systems. The other thing our needs assessment does, and I'm sure you have this in Kansas as well, is we have a lot of rural areas where folks rely on domestic wells. So we look at those that are at high risk, either due to potential contamination or risk of going dry. And so there are 90,000 plus of those domestic wells is our estimate. And then about 200 state small water systems. Those are the ones that are less than 15 connections that are not regulated by the state. Okay, next slide, please. This gives you an idea of what's in our queue for funding. So this isn't like the overall need. This is just what we have in house or what we know of that's coming in the next few years. So even though you see sort of a decreasing trend of need, that's just because this is just what's known in terms of demand right now. We'd expect those future fiscal years numbers to go up as we get more projects coming in our door. One of the things I should mention is that we have a continuous application process. So folks can submit an application to us anytime, and then we evaluate it based on our board's priorities. So this gives you kind of roughly the demand, and we divided it between planning, technical assistance. Construction, of course, is the biggest cost. We have administrators that we fund. I can touch on that if there's interest in that. And we do provide some direct operation and maintenance assistance as well. But you can see, over the next few years, we're anticipating about $1.6 billion in demand just for public water systems. Next slide, please. So federal funding, and another thing to point out is we don't require folks to apply separately for federal or state funding pots. They just apply for whatever their project is, and then we on the back end figure out the best funding match because we have a variety of state and federal funding sources. So for the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, right now, because of the bipartisan infrastructure law, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, there's a big amount of money we have available still for grant or / principal forgiveness. Those are those loans we would all love where you don't have to actually pay back the principal and there's no interest payment. But we also have kind of our base loan program. So this fiscal year, we have about $370 million in loans we plan to execute. Our capacity, long-term capacity is about $300 million a year. There's also separate funding that's for emerging contaminants. That's like PFAS or 1,2,3-TCP, manganese. So that we have about $200 million available there. And this project is an example of a project we funded with some of our loan funding, a desal project. Okay, next slide, please. We also have what we call our Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. So actually, I'm sorry, the date is wrong there. So we're actually getting up to $130 million through 2045. So that's a really secure long-term state funding source. Those funds are primarily for the small disadvantaged communities, as well as we're able to support domestic well owners to an extent as well. And that money comes from our Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund is funded through auctions. So in California, we have a cap and trade program based on greenhouse gas credits that are made available. And so there's a trading market and folks bid on these credits. So the funds go to the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund and it goes to a variety of programs, including the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. And that was just reauthorized this last legislative session. So that's a nice kind of secure baseline amount of funding we have through the state. We have had, we're currently in a deficit, but we have had surpluses recently in our general fund. And when we did have those surpluses, the legislature also appropriated some funding. We have about 150 million of that left, and the previous amount appropriated was about 450 million. And this project, real quickly, is one of our investor-owned utilities that's fairly large, that's been a leader in and trying to help out smaller communities. So this is a project we funded through them to support one of our small farming communities that was struggling with their water system. Okay, next slide, please. We have various bond acts that get passed. That's so our other state funding sources just come episodically and are dependent on whether the voters approve of them. So had it one in 2014, 2018, 2024. We didn't have one in 2022, mostly because we had this general fund surplus. You know, just like with you all, I'm sure you have general obligation bond funds. You know, we have to pay those back, right? So, you know, usually the interest on those is 5%-ish or so. But most of the funding that we receive goes out as grants, so it doesn't revolve back as a loan. So this shows you kind of the different appropriations we've had over time. So that's another big source of funding for us. Next slide, please. Clean water, sort of typical, you know, eligible projects, including water recycling actually crosses both clean water and drinking water, and depending on the project type. Certainly, as my colleagues from DWR mentioned, we're really leaning into looking at recycled water to develop those local sources of resilient water supply. So again, public agencies, tribal organizations, 501c3s are eligible. On the loan side, we have a scoring system to prioritize projects. So folks submit their application by anybody that submitted their application by December 31st gets scored, and then based on kind of our loan capacity and what's being requested, we will then propose to our board in our intended use plan which loans to fund. And we also provide grant or principal forgiveness for the small communities, water recycling. One of our points of emphasis on the clean water side for grants and principal forgiveness are septic to sewer projects, you know, so getting folks off those septic systems. Next slide, please. Here, this gives you a little bit of an idea of our demand in terms of the applications we've had coming through the door. You know, pretty big demand on the loan side, but even the small community side. You look at, you know, if you add up the complete and incomplete applications, it's about $1 billion of demand for small communities. Next slide, please. Water recycling, we have grant funding. This is just the grant funding side. The loan part is kind of, it's from one of our propositions where part of that goes to loan. But so most of our water recycling projects are huge projects. They're in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So we provide a little bit of grant. What we're offering now is about up to $15 million. And then the loan side can go up to $50 million right now. And that's the low interest SRF loan, and which is around about 2% right now. All right, next slide, please. So again, our loan capacity on the clean water side is about $600 million. We have about $300 million of free money to give away. This is an example of one of our big septic to sewer projects that's going on kind of in our high desert area. So over $100 million, a lot of that from the general fund when we had a surplus. Okay, next slide. So again, this is some of the general fund money that we received. You know, again, we got a big bump up in funding. Our general fund appropriation, this huge bump up came at the same time as the federal funding came in. So we're still working our way through expending a lot of those state and federal resources. Next slide, please. And again, here's on the clean water side, the general obligation bond funds. You can see water recycling has gotten pretty big appropriations. Actually, Proposition 4, that's giving the amount appropriated this fiscal year. The amount available overall is much greater. So for water recycling, it's almost $400 million. Next slide, please. I'll just briefly touch on stormwater. So with stormwater, we're looking at stormwater capture projects. So again, that's a way of enhancing local water supply. So rather than, in a lot of cases, the stormwater going out to the bay or the ocean, capturing it, having it infiltrate, and recharge aquifers is one of the things we're looking for. Next slide, please. And then groundwater cleanup is another big issue as well. So in some of our groundwater basins in Southern California, where historically they had a lot of industry and a lot of impacts from industry, especially like around World War II, the aerospace industry was really big. There's some large groundwater plumes. So this is an example in North Hollywood area of a huge treatment project to help put some municipal wells back online that had to be shut down due to contamination. Okay, next slide. We also have a couple of rivers flowing from Mexico into the U.S. and they are heavily polluted. So Mexico doesn't have great sewer infrastructure. This is an example of a project we co-funded with Department of Water Resources in the New River. So this shows you where they capture some of the trash coming over. And then part of this project is to actually divert this river around the town of Calexico so that the folks in the town don't get impacted by that polluted water. Next slide, please. And our technical assistance, again, is a really big point of emphasis for us. This slide is actually just a snapshot of the number of communities we supported just in new support, either new money or new technical assistance being provided in the first quarter of the fiscal year. And again, we're focusing a lot on failing water systems and those at risk. And you see our support is throughout the state of California, right? There's no bias per se in terms of geographic distribution, just a bias in terms of focusing on those failing systems. But you have rural failing systems throughout the state. Next slide, please. All right, well, that's pretty much all I had. There's some contact information if you're interested in more, and happy to answer any questions. I'm not sure if I was hitting the mark on what you're interested in, but if there are any other policy or other operational questions you have, I'd be happy to answer those.
Questions?
I mean.
Oh, gee.
Surprise.
Lindsay, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. This is a lot of great information, and I'm blown away by how much you guys invest through loans and grants in your water resources. I think one thing I'm curious about are your loan programs for the clean drinking water, wastewater, stormwater supply systems. I'm assuming those are low interest loans, and I'm just kind of curious, like, what are, I think you list some of this, but like, let's see. I was thinking like average annual amounts for those loan programs, and I'm sorry if, oh, it does look like that's listed. So then I'm, and this may be like a follow-up email of some kind, but just curious about the loan program, like guidelines and requirements. So like, what's the payback period? Are there program requirements for being eligible for the loans? Do you have any kind of subsidy for those loan programs? That kind of thing. We also have a state revolving loan fund, but I'm curious or interested in this idea of, could we create a state level fund as well to help these city or these small towns, especially, to fund a lot of these types of projects?
Yeah, so, and William, you've got an in-house expert there. He could answer a lot of the questions about the SRF. So, in general, the requirements are similar for each state. Now, where they can be different is in California, we have a limit in terms of our interest rate right now. So it's half of our general obligation bond rate. So right now, that's about 2% or so for both clean water and drinking water. We can go lower than that and have in some cases. So yeah, and I think I included the information. We have about $600 million in long-term capacity on the clean water side and 300 million on the drinking water. And we also leverage the program, meaning, and we're actually in the middle of this now, we will issue revenue bonds based on that are secured by the repayments we get from our loan portfolio, right? So we have hundreds of loans that are outstanding. We get repayments from that, so we can go out on the bond market to get more cash and essentially increase our loan capacity. So that's been super helpful. So we actually have a financial advisor. I assume if you guys leverage your program, you would have that as well, who helps us identify what our loan capacity is. And we can also model out scenarios like, for example, if the state were to contribute some, or the feds contribute some additional capital, what does that look like over time in terms of the loan capacity? But I think the idea of having a state-only program is a great idea, because then you get rid of a lot of those federal cross-cutting requirements that can really slow things down at times. And we're doing our best to try to narrow the applicability of those federal requirements, but there's still some that can kick in and really, slow down our process.
Okay, thank you.
Joe, what's your bond rating for your GO bonds?
For the GO bonds, I'm not sure for our revenue bonds, we're always AAA rated. So the revenue bonds that are, secured by our SRF loan portfolio, every single time it's AAA rated. So we really get a nice interest rate. I mean, the best you can get. They're very attractive. Yeah.
Best interest rate possible, anyway.
Absolutely, right.
I appreciate your presentation. If there are any further questions, we'll route those through Heather also to you, Joe. But thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Yeah, of course. All right. Good luck. Take care.
We're going to allow everybody to grab a bite of lunch, but first I want a representative from Olson Engineering. Are they here? Here we go.
Hello.
We want to thank you for lunch and give you the opportunity to have a chat with us.
I'll just go up here. How about that? So, welcome to Manhattan. Whoa. Yeah, welcome to Manhattan. My name is Mark Bashamp, and I'm in the Manhattan office here of Olson, and I've lived here since 1989, so I've been here for quite a while. So a little bit about Olson. We're a recognized engineering and planning firm that started in 1956. We have over 2,200 professionals in 11 states and 35 offices, offering comprehensive list of services including planning, engineering, field service, and technology. Olson has its own professional groundwater specialist, which I think some of you may know Jim Schneider, and then also Wes and Kane in our office here in Manhattan. And neither of them can be here, but I'm the voice here for you guys. But I wanted to share that we're doing work in Kansas, Nebraska, and California on a lot of groundwater with our groundwater accounting platform. And Olson is supporting House Bill 2279 with this accounting platform with GMD3. And this platform was developed by Olson and a couple other people in a direct response to this House bill. Part of the bill requires the Southeast Kansas Groundwater Management District 3 to develop an action plan to address groundwater and concerns in priority areas with a deadline in 26. The platform provides GMD3 and its water users with the necessary tools to monitor their proposed action plan and enhance stakeholder engagement. The platform is being built to help inform producers of their water right allocations. These allocations will be based on the Q-stable method, which is determined by GMD3, which is a core component of the action plan. It provides estimates of real-time water use by leveraging remotely derived water use data. This gives producers the immediate, accurate feedback necessary to manage their own decisions on irrigation and comply with their new allegations, which is critical for the success of the plan. The platform can interrogate telemetry, manual flow meter data to calibrate the derived estimates. This ensures the real-time data is accurate and meaningful for the producers as they adapt through the strategy. Olson will hold producer workshops to train water right users or owners and users on platform capabilities. And this is essential for gaining the input and buy-in from the community. So I have a copy of this plan, and it also has the districts that we're working with in Kansas, Nebraska, and also in California. So hope you have a great rest of your day and have a happy Thanksgiving, and hopefully the weather will continue this way through Thanksgiving, but I know it won't. So enjoy, and I think it's a good selection of food up there.
Thank you very much. Task Force, let's grab your lunch, and we're going to continue right away with the Colorado plan here in a moment. 2279. 2279.
I guess.
You should go first. You know what? She was living her best life out there. Oh yeah, I was looking for a picture of the view.
Folks, we'll go ahead and move on. We've got a presentation from the Colorado water planning process with Kat Wassmiller. Are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
Pronounce your last name better than I did, please.
It's Kat Weissmiller.
Weissmiller. Thank you. Well, go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you guys for having me here today. I'm Kat Weissmiller. I'm the section chief for water supply planning at the Colorado Water Conservation Board. And I'm hoping my slides hit the mark today. They're really focused on our water planning process, but I have some other information about funding, and hopefully I can answer your questions. I'll be speaking about our water supply planning generally, and some of the history of how we got here, including the water plan and the basin roundtables that we utilize in Colorado, and how these structures kind of support our statewide collaboration. And with that, I think I'll just jump in. Next slide, please. Okay, so the Colorado Water Conservation Board is Colorado's primary water policy and planning agency within the Department of Natural Resources. But I should say we are not the only agency that works on water. We also have the Colorado Department of Health and Environment, which works on water quality, the Colorado Water and Power Development Authority, which works on wastewater and water infrastructure financing, and the Division of Water Resources, which administers water rights within Colorado. So there are many agencies working on water, but we are really working on raw supply planning. We have a 15-member board representing each major river basin in the state, plus agency leadership from several of those agencies I just mentioned. We also have a 60-person staff, including everything from technical modeling experts to grant and loan administrators, watershed and flood protection, in-stream flow protection, and interstate experts. And our mission is to conserve, develop, protect, and manage Colorado's water for current and future generations. We are, for the most part, a non-regulatory agency, and we do not build projects. So we kind of are working in the space of soft power within water policy. Next slide, please. So CWCB was established in 1937 to conserve, develop, and manage Colorado's water. We established our construction fund in 1971 utilizing federal mineral lease revenue. And that construction fund started with about $10 million, which was really based on a recognition that large federal funding projects would not really get Colorado to where we needed to be as far as water infrastructure. So we needed an in-state solution. And that construction fund enabled us to begin our loan program, which was established in 1975. And together, these two are really the financial engines that power a lot of the work that we do. We also added to that engine several severance tax funding, which I think maybe some of my formatting got a little bit funny here, but 25% of our severance tax funding in this state is allocated to CWCB as a perpetual base fund. And that occurred in 1997 that we started adding that to the funds that support our operations. In 2006, we added a water supply reserve fund. So that was the first grant program that CWCB administered through our basin roundtables. We have a water plan that was first released in 2015 and a recent one was released in 2023. I'll talk a bit more about that in a moment. And we have a water plan grant program that was established in 2017 following that first water plan release. And then just a couple additional key funding features. Colorado voters approved Prop DD in 2019, which taxed sports betting as a dedicated source of revenue for water projects. And so that's a source of funding for our agency as well. And then in 2024, voters also passed Prop JJ, which removed a cap on that funding and expanded the revenue that Colorado could collect through sports betting. Next slide. So just a general overview of the way CWCB is funded. Like I said, our construction fund is funded through federal mineral lease revenue. That helps support our programs, grants, and operations. We also have our severance tax perpetual base fund and revolving loan program. which supports our loans as well as the Water Supply Reserve Fund that I mentioned, which was our first grant fund, and our public education participation and outreach programs. So that supports the majority of our operations. We also have a severance tax operational fund that supports special studies, projects, and programs, and our water plan implementation cash fund, which comes out of sports betting. Next slide. Another way to look at these funds is kind of shown here. The water plan implementation cash fund supports water plan grants, and revenues from sports betting prop DD continues to fund this since 2019. Our operations are funded through a combination of revenue from our loan program and the severance tax perpetual base fund. And so the severance tax perpetual base fund taxes oil and gas and mineral development, and the revenues from that go into the perpetual base fund. And all told, this funding structure has served CWCB very well and buffered it against some budget highs and lows within the state. Operational costs for CWCB are roughly $10 million per year. And our water plan grants program is actually separately funded through the water plan implementation cash fund. So we have, I think, a staff of 6 that's funded through that implementation cash fund, as well as our grant program. Next slide. Yep. Yeah, thank you. A little bit more about the structure of our board. Our governing board consists of representation from each of our 8 river basins, as well as a carve out for the Denver metro area, and leadership from the Colorado Department of Agriculture, as well as the Division of Water Resources, so our state engineer. And we have a staff of 60 and organized into 7 sections. So we have our water supply planning section, which I'm the section chief of, our interstate water and federal water information, stream and lake protection, watershed and flood, our administrative section, finance, and our grant section. That structure kind of is important because it reflects the need to sort of have this place-based engagement, so representation from each of our river basins, as well as the key agencies that are involved in managing water resources. Next slide. And I don't think I really need to tell you all too much about this. I think it's pretty well known, but obviously Colorado is a headwater state, and that dynamic is really important to the way that we manage water. It drives both an opportunity and a responsibility for Colorado water users. We supply water to several downstream states in Mexico, and we have 8 major river basins, 9 basin roundtables, and we operate within Colorado adhering to 2 decrees, 9 interstate compacts, and other jurisdictional parameters for each of our 64 counties. We also have our 9 basin roundtables that are legislatively defined groups that work on Colorado water planning. As far as just the hydrology of our state, 80% of our precipitation falls in the mountains as snow, but 90% of the people live on the Front Range, which necessitates a pretty big water, trans-basin water program. We have 27 tunnels and ditches that transport water west to east in our state. We also operate under a strict prior appropriation system where the oldest water rights have the highest priority, and our system is highly reliant on return flows. So water that's not consumed returns to the river. In Colorado, we rely 83% on surface water, 17% on groundwater. And so all of these constraints I'm just telling you so you can kind of understand how we, what we have to work within in our planning to support and supply water to nearly 6 million people. Next slide. Again, just our defining topography. We have high alpine snowpack feeding rivers that ultimately deliver water either through diversions and tunnels or just through the river to cities hundreds of miles away. The population lives largely east of the continental divide, while our water falls predominantly to the west. And as you probably are aware, we have no upstream water storage. We rely on snowpack year to year. So that's an important piece of the way that we manage our water. Next slide. Across Colorado, about 90% of our consumptive use of water is in agriculture. 7% is municipal and 3% is industrial. Just to give you a kind of a perspective on that municipal use, we divert about 1 million acre feet per year from our rivers for municipal use. Of that, about 60% goes to support indoor water use and about 40% goes outdoors. That outdoor water use is 80% consumed, and the remainder of that returns to the river as lawn irrigation, return wastewater treatment. And our downstream users rely on those return flows. So it's effectively sort of a form of water reuse, continual return to the river. So I think next slide. In Colorado, our statewide planning, predominantly water is developed by water providers at the local level. But in 2002, as you probably are aware, there was a really severe drought in Colorado. The image is shown here. This is the Cheeseman Reservoir, which is part of Denver Water's collection system. Drawn way down, we also had some severe wildfires that year that affected our collection systems for several different water providers. And it became really clear how precarious our water supplies are, and the need to plan at a statewide level as opposed to the water provider level became very obvious. So I have this quote from Governor Bill Owens at the time that said, "It looks as if all of Colorado is burning today." So that was a pretty dark time for water supply planning, but it helped us move forward and start thinking about it at more of a statewide level. So next slide, please. So in 2005, Colorado established the Water for the 21st Century Act. That piece of legislation is really foundational to our water planning today. It established the 9 basin roundtables, which are volunteer organizations in each of our major river basins, and a carve out for the Denver metro area. And those organizations do sort of local planning, and they also administer some grant programs. And it also established the Interbasin Compact Committee, which is a committee of 27 different participants from across each of those basin roundtables, as well as I think 7 different appointees from the governor. And that Interbasin Compact Committee works on issues of statewide interest in Colorado. Next slide, please. So just want to hit a couple of the highlights that brought us to our water planning process that we have today. As I mentioned, in 2002, there was that drought that was very severe. In 2004, the state launched the first statewide water supply initiative, which was sort of a precursor to our water plan as we do it today. That was more of a technical analysis of demands and supplies, and it wasn't very stakeholder driven. It was really a consultant-led effort. Again, in 2005, we set that legislation in place that developed our 9 basin roundtables and the Interbasin Compact Committee. And then in 2012, there was another drought and the warmest year on record. And that really set the stage for kind of the next phase of water planning in the state. So in 2013, following that drought, Governor Hickenlooper called for the creation of a statewide water plan through an executive order. And our first statewide water plan was published in 2015. Next slide. So along the way, this is just kind of a highlight of the different reports and statewide planning documents that we've put out. Our first round of basin implementation plans came following that executive order in 2014. The first water plan down in the lower left corner is in 2015. And then you'll see several documents that have come out since then. We did a 2017 review of the water plan and advancement to date. Then in 2019, we did our first analysis and technical update, which is now considered the first step of the water plan. At the time, it was kind of just looking at our models and updating our data. In 2022, we updated our local basin implementation plans with our basin roundtables. And then in 2023, we released the most recent version of the Colorado Water Plan. And then we did a little 2-year progress report in 2025, kind of looking at the progress to date on actions within that water plan. Next slide, please. So Colorado's water plan has evolved a bit over the years. The way that we're currently thinking about it is it's an opportunity for us to partner with local agencies, local communities, and nonprofits. It shines a light on critical state water issues, but it's also really a strategy document for our agency. It kind of serves as a CWCB planning document in many ways, and it highlights agency opportunities for leadership in the water space. Next slide. So like I mentioned, we have really dialed in our process quite a bit over the years, and now we consider it a 3-part cycle. The first phase being the analysis and technical updates, so the updates to our models and foundational technical data. The second phase being our basin plan updates. So that's where each of our 9 basin roundtables, 2 of them actually work together. So we have 8 basin implementation plans that are produced by those basin groups, and those look at kind of local issues. They identify projects. And then phase 3 is our comprehensive water plan update. And that's really updating the whole of the water plan using some of that foundational data as well as the information gleaned from the basin plan updates. Next slide. And our water plan is really based on some water values that were first identified in the executive order from 2013 that called for a water plan. So those go back to a productive economy, an efficient, effective water infrastructure systems, a strong and healthy watersheds and rivers, streams and wildlife. And then in the 2023 water plan, we also added a 4th value, which was an informed public with creative forward-thinking solutions, resilient to changing climate conditions, and that can come together to form strong, equitable communities that can adapt and thrive. And this last value is really a recognition of kind of the role of our changing climate and the need for resilience across Colorado communities. So those water values really have shaped the way that we've structured the plan, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that in the next few slides. Next slide, please. So each of those values is translated into the action areas that we have within the water plan. And we say that they're interconnected because they don't really stand completely in isolation, but they do effectively come together. The 4 action areas are vibrant communities. So that's an action area that really represents counties, municipalities, water providers, cities, towns, and small urban and rural communities as well. Our robust agriculture section really represents the ag community, established crops and farms, local food, ranching, ditch companies, acequias, urban ag, livestock, and so on. And then our thriving watersheds action area represents environment and recreational interests, river health, watershed health, which is very important, and increasingly forest health is a big consideration for us. This is also where we think about wildfire mitigation, wildlife and aquatic species, and habitat protection, et cetera. And then lastly, resilient planning is where we think about climate adaptation, planning for climate extremes, embracing some equity, diversity, and inclusivity considerations, as well as education and outreach, and developing supportive government policies. Next slide. So across each of these action areas in our plan, we have a vision that goes out to our planning horizon of 2050. So we have a vision for communities, agriculture, watersheds, and resilience. And for each of those visions, we identify agency actions that CWCB can do, as well as partner actions for external stakeholders to take on using our grant programs and our loan programs. Next slide. So those agency actions are really led not just by CWCB, but by other state agencies as well. We did a very comprehensive process of establishing what those agency actions would look like and vetting them with other sister agencies within the state, getting some of those agencies to sign on as collaborating agencies to work with us in advancing some of these agency actions. And those really are like tools, convening groups, conducting research. So we have 50 agency actions identified in the water plan that we're currently working to achieve. And then we have roughly 50 partner actions within the water plan as well. And those are examples of work that we know needs to happen on the ground, but maybe is not work that falls within the purview of CWCB or other state agencies to do. So it's really work that we hope to have be led by external organizations, local groups, and we can support that work through our grant and loan programs. And we're really highlighting multi-beneficial projects that address several categories across our water plan grant programs. So the icons you'll see at the bottom of this slide are each of our water plan grant categories. So agriculture, conservation and land use, engagement and innovation, and water storage and supply, and watershed health and recreation. So we really have kind of targeted those partner actions to be ideas and kind of seed concepts for applications to come to us, to really advance that work. Next slide. So in each of the action areas in our water plan, we've identified a couple different topics that roughly align with those water plan grant categories. And within them, so thoughtful storage, meeting future water needs, wise water use, we've identified specific actions that grant applicants can use and come back to the water plan to reference when they develop their applications for grant funding. So they can say, within the Vibrant Communities action area, under thoughtful storage, this was identified as a need. And so we are submitting this grant application to meet that need. So that's kind of the way that we've structured it. It sort of functions a little bit as I like to think of it as sort of like almost a public-private partnership where we supply grant funding to let external groups do a portion of the work that is outlined in the water plan. Next slide. And then those agency actions I mentioned that we lead at the state, they look different across all of the agency actions, but these are just a couple examples of work that we've done in the last couple of years. We did a study and led a task force around transformative landscape change. So really looking at changing out our landscapes to lower water use landscapes and what potential savings we could see from that. We also explored strategies to avoid buy and dry up agricultural land, to move away from buying up agricultural water rights for cities, and finding ways to kind of preserve the culture that is really integral to Colorado's values of having agricultural communities and agriculture within our state. And then we had a program called Wildfire Ready Watersheds that we supported. We utilized some funding from our construction fund to really identify ways that we can prepare our watersheds for the probability of wildfire in the near future. So those are just a few examples of the agency actions that we've led at the state. I think we can go to the next slide. So to date, one of the things that we've really tried to dial in with our water plan is making it more measurable. Our 2015 water plan had a number of different what we call goals and measurable objectives that were really big goals, but that were really difficult to track because within CWCB, we really didn't have the agency to do the work. We were relying on external parties to do the work, and we didn't have a good way of tracking whether or not it was completed. So with this 2023 water plan, we tried to really dial in having actions that were trackable, and those are the agency actions within the plan. So we're doing a regular review of that work. We track them on a quarterly basis, and 2 years into the 2023 water plan, we have started 43 of our agency actions. We've secured funding for 46%, and we've held workshops and done scoping, gathering data for 40% of our actions. So we're really finding that this structure has been easier for us to track and in some ways easier for us to garner funding and support for. Next slide, please. So this is just a quote from one of our board members, Greg Felt, who really identified kind of what I think that the purpose of our water plan is: to connect people to resources, create knowledge sharing and best practices to encourage conversations. We can facilitate a place to plant seeds in people's minds. So I think that encompasses a lot of what our water plan does is, sort of sets a vision that we can achieve through our grant and loan programs in many ways. Next slide, please. And this slide had some animations that we lost a little bit just bringing it into a PDF, but it was really meant to show that across our water plan development process, we did a pretty massive outreach process. We were in every single county in our state, 64 counties, sharing the water plan, gathering public comments on the water plan. So this is just a reflection of the fact that this is a very stakeholder-led process and a very stakeholder-driven process in Colorado. Next slide. So with that, I'm going to jump into a few other topics that I think might be of interest for this group, kind of how we plan, the details around that, our gap analysis, our water planning grant funding, and some of the stakeholder engagement we do. So next slide. So Colorado uses a scenario planning approach when we plan for water. So that takes us looking at today, so 2023 out to our planning horizon of 2050 and identifying a range of plausible futures. And that's really the framework we work within, is looking at a wide variety of potential plausible futures. And those futures are different based on different drivers that we look at, and I'll talk about in just a moment. So for the 2023 water plan, we had 5 different scenarios that we evaluated and planned towards. And I will go to the next slide and share a little bit more about those. So across our 5 scenarios, you can see some of the drivers along the side of these charts. So water supply, climate, social values, agricultural needs, and municipal and industrial needs. So we varied those from scenario to scenario. But what I really want to show here is that we had 2 scenarios where we modeled no change in our climate. 1 scenario where we modeled warming, some moderate warming, as well as a 5% increase in annual precipitation. And then 2 scenarios where we had 4.2 degrees Fahrenheit of warming and negative 1% annual precipitation. So we're looking at a range of plausible futures, but 3 out of 5 do incorporate some degree of climate change. In Colorado, we know that our precipitation projections are much less reliable. So while we know we probably will see warming, we don't know exactly what precipitation is going to do, hence the variability there. Next slide. One of the reasons that this is a helpful practice for us is across the bottom here, those that bar chart represents our water supply gap across the 5 scenarios. So if you look at the last 2, adaptive innovation and hot growth, you can see that across both of those, we have the highest population numbers, highest temperature, but adaptive innovation includes social values around conservation, and hot growth does not include those. So you can see that the adaptive innovation gap is much lower than hot growth, which really points us to strategies that we need to undertake to try to reduce our gaps going forward. Next slide. And the scenario drivers that we refer to as we do this scenario planning are, like I said, social and environmental values, population, which is a huge driver for us. Economic growth is one as well. Urban land use, the way that we're developing, are we developing in a really spread out way, or is it compact, dense urban development? Availability of water efficiency technologies, climate change, which is another very big driver for us. We also look at level of regulatory oversight and constraint, agricultural economics and how they affect water demand, energy economics and how they affect water demand, and then municipal and industrial water demands as well. Next slide. And we, through our technical update in our water plan, develop a statewide water supply gap analysis. And so looking out to 2050, we know under the worst case scenarios, we face a 740,000 acre foot per year potential gap, which is knowing that gap helps us understand where we need to focus our efforts and what basins are potentially most at risk. Next slide. So I wanted to share this because through our planning process, we, especially in our basin implementation plans, we have our local stakeholders identify projects, which is really important. And some of those projects come to us for funding, not all. And here you can see a mapping effort that we've taken on recently to kind of showcase those projects that do come to us for funding. So we've funded 531 projects through our water plan grant program in 57 of 64 Colorado counties. And more than $127 million have been awarded through water plan grants since 2017. So we're really finding that the water plan grant program is effective at getting money out to communities to help us meet some of our gaps and do projects that are multi-benefit and achieve some of the goals that we've set in the water plan. Next slide. Also through that process, we identified about 1,800 water projects through our basin implementation planning. Some of those are very conceptual. Some of them are more likely to be reality at some point in the future. But we have gone through and established a project list basin by basin. We also have a total of 43 actions underway, like I said earlier, on our water plan. These are just a couple milestones to point to. One effort that we fund is the Water Loss Initiative. That's an effort to really figure out where we have system water loss in our water providers. So they do an analysis, understanding like where their metering is inaccurate and where there's potentially water loss in their systems that could be costing them money and, obviously wasting water. So we've invested $2.1 million in that program, training over 90 water utilities to do that work. We've also seen a 5% reduction in per capita water use since 2015 as we've implemented some of the goals in our water plan. Next slide, please. As you all were talking this morning, I added this slide because I thought you would be interested in kind of the overall cost around the projects identified in our projects database in each of our basins. So you can see this pie chart shows the number of projects per basin, and we have a rough estimate of costs. Now we know that CWCB is not really on the hook for all of these costs, but this gives us an idea of the cost of water infrastructure in our state and helps us to plan. Next slide. And again, going back to that House Bill 1177, the Water for the 21st Century Act, we've just reached 20 years of having the basin roundtables in practice. And I think over that 20 years, we've learned a lot. The basin roundtables have grown. They've set a great example for other agencies that have implemented similar structures. We're really realizing that it can be a challenge to keep those groups engaged. They're volunteer groups. One thing that really helps is having funding that they can administer through grant programs and having like important work for those groups to do. That's really critical for us. And building trust across those groups has been a really important tool for us in terms of thinking about regionalization of water planning and finding solutions at a regional level rather than just an individual water provider level. And I think next slide. Yeah, this is just a quote from our director. It's easy to forget that the first water plan and basin plans were very controversial. They were the first effort to develop a state water plan with much hand-wringing of what state was going to do, whether it was going to be the very top-down from state to each sector. And I think the fact that our second water plan wasn't met with such fear and worry is a real success of the first water plan. There's confidence that we can come together and collaborate on efforts. So we are growing into the statewide water planning process. Our funding structures are aligned well now, and we've found ways to really make that an effective tool. So I don't know if I have another slide after this. I think that might be my last one. Oh yeah, just a couple of links to our water plan, our basin implementation plan, and some of the funding opportunities that we provide at CWCB. But with that, I will stop and answer any questions you all have.
Kitty.
Can you talk a little bit more about how the local basin teams sort of set their priorities and work through their process?
Sure. So each of our basin roundtables, they have a legislatively identified representation across the roundtable. So they have water rights holders, they have representatives from each county, they have representatives from each water provider. So there's a pretty wide range of stakeholder interests at the table at each of those roundtables, and obviously they're of different sizes and scales, so they vary quite a bit. But those groups meet at varying cadences. We've really tried to let it be locally driven. Some groups have met as rarely as one time a year. Others meet monthly. So there's a lot of variability across them. They really set their priorities through the basin implementation plans, where they are kind of led through some facilitated exercises that help identify priorities, and they have conversations at that level to set a vision for their basin roundtable. And, you know, in certain basins where there are large water providers, you can see that there's maybe a stronger vision led by water providers, whereas in other basins you see, you know, more like smaller NGOs and other voices at the table that maybe are that change the conversation in each roundtable. But those are stakeholder-led, facilitated exercises really to set a vision. So it's conversational based. It's not, you know, they do vote within the roundtables to determine what those visions look like. And each of the visions that come through the basin implementation plans do, you know, get vetted by CWCB. So we probably wouldn't sign off on something that was completely not aligned with our goals, but they have a lot of autonomy to figure out what their goals look like.
The other thing I noticed, you mark a lot of your benchmarks and progress on agency actions. I assume that's state agency, and more an observation, just looking for confirmation, but it seems like your plan is driven towards state agency actions and then or through programs that state agencies control, like those grant funds. Is that an accurate way to describe your program?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that, like I said, we kind of learned from our first water plan where we had these big goals and measurable outcomes that were very hard to track. So the agency actions that are led by CWCB or, you know, the Department of Ag, those are really easy for us to track in-house. We know the progress that's happening there. The partner actions are effectively funded through our grant program. So understanding our grant giving and the metrics there offers a bit of a proxy for how those partner actions are tracking. You know, they're harder to track on the ground, but we can have a sense of how much money we've given to agency or to local groups to, you know, to work on those partner actions. So we have kind of two tracking mechanisms, I'd say.
Thank you.
Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of a follow-up to Senator Titus's first question. So I just want to make sure I understand. Under the progress and milestones, you list the 1,800 projects. So those are developed by the Basin Roundtables, and you just kind of keep a list. And then the grant applications, do those have to be for projects on that list? Or how does that work? And do you prioritize those projects in any way?
That's a great question, and it's something that we are still kind of figuring out. We had projects lists in our first water plan. They were not tied to our grant funding. And frankly, they weren't very accurate. They didn't have a lot of cost information or like very clear timelines. So in the last round of water planning in the 2022 basin implementation plans, we made a really big push to get those project lists developed. And I would say that there are some pluses and minuses to having that projects list. It is not tied to our grant funding. So, you know, whether or not something's on the projects list does not have really any bearing on whether or not it can come in for grant funding. Our projects list contains a lot of projects that may never need to come in for grant funding that are, maybe wholly funded by a water provider, but they wanted it on the projects list. It's a big effort that's happening within a roundtable or a basin. And so there's not a strong correlation, I would say, between our grant program and the projects list, which we're trying to figure out how to better bring those two together. We haven't exactly landed on the best way to do it. I guess the risk is, we don't want to rule out a project for grant funding just because it wasn't, it didn't get into our projects list. So we want to be able to be flexible and nimble in how we allocate grant funds. Trying to think if I answered everything in your question.
Yeah, you did. Thank you. It's interesting. We just put money into our budget to kind of start looking at doing a basin by basin study. But then we also have a separate process through our Kansas Water Authority that makes funding recommendations. So just interested to see how those things interact in Colorado too. And then I did just have a second question. I think it's interesting that you guys use sports betting money to help fund your water plan. Do you know how much that is annually by chance?
It's been ramping up over the last few years. It was just passed in 2019, so it hasn't been around for that long. I think this year we had 36 million that came through sports betting. There was a cap on it at 29 million that we hadn't reached, and then we reached it and we surpassed that, and that's why we had Prop JJ, which passed in 2024, that removed that cap so that funding could continue to come to CWCB.
Okay, so you don't have a cap anymore?
No cap, yeah.
Okay, nice. That'd be great.
Representative Rogers.
Yeah, thanks. This is probably as much of a structure. I'm just trying to remember the role of the Department of Agriculture and the Secretary of Agriculture in this. Either is your board within the Department of Agriculture? I'm trying to remember how the structure is in Colorado, since we're neighbors. So what role do you play?
So we are a division within the Colorado Department of Natural Resources at CWCB, as is the Division of Water Resources. So we have kind of two water-related divisions within the DNR. CDA, the Department of Ag, is its own separate agency. But the Commissioner of Ag, Kate Greenberg, is on the CWCB's board. So they're pretty interconnected, and we work very closely with CDA.
Okay, because I knew there was some sort of a relationship. I can remember because over the years with the Republican compact, there's been a lot of meetings along the border, and knowing talking with some of those, I couldn't remember exactly what the structure was as we also look at our structure of how we move forward. So thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Connie?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for a great presentation. I'm curious, and forgive me if I missed it, but on the local boards, how do people become members of those local boards?
Sure. So that anybody can participate in those local boards. They're open meetings. They're open to the public. However, to be a voting member, there's seats that are allocated in that legislation. So there's like a county, every county has a seat, every water provider has a seat. I think the conservancy districts, I'm trying to remember all of the seats because there's a lot of them, but yeah, there are legislatively defined seats. And we've gone through a bit of a review of those in recent years because some roundtables had moved forward with adding seats for various reasons, whether that was to represent recreation or other priorities within their basin. And we kind of came to the recognition that adding voting seats was not something we wanted to support at each roundtable without amending the legislation so that we could have equal representation across all of the roundtables. So, and anyway, those seats are all allocated. There's a bit of a process depending on the type of seat for how you actually get onto the roundtables. A letter of support from a water provider or from multiple water providers within a county is usually how people get nominated, and then they get voted on within the roundtables.
Thank you.
We actually developed a guide, actually, because our structures have become complex enough that I think newcomers to it tend to find them a little bit confusing. So we developed a CWCB guide last year, and that helps to kind of like unpack all of the structures in place for those the roundtables and how they function, which I think has been really useful for our stakeholders.
Great, probably useful for us too.
Useful for me, I use it.
Ken, I have a suggestion for your water plan and ours. I think sometimes there's issues that we need to work together regionally between states and bring in the feds possibly. Over the last 3 years on the Arkansas River, we have been facing the uranium problem. If we could talk our congressional delegation into some federal funding to line your ditches and canals and stuff, it would help us on our side of the line too. So I'm guessing on the western slope, you face some issues similar to that?
Yeah. As I said, we have 9 compacts that we manage, that we work within in Colorado. So lately, it feels like on every front there are some issues that need to be resolved state to state, and whether or not there's federal intervention in that is sort of dependent on the issue and the states. But we have a whole interstate team that is really focused on that work, and we work closely with our interstate team. But as you can imagine, with certain issues, Colorado River being one, they get pretty bogged down in some of the work that's happening. So I can't say that I'm super well versed in the specific compact obligations state to state, but we do work closely with that team, and I think there are probably some really good opportunities to work more closely with our adjacent states.
Well, I will say over the last 3 years, we've met with your technicians and discussed things back and forth, and I think that's a really good idea. Somewhere in our water plans, each state needs to have a little paragraph that says where it's reasonable, let's work together regionally and have these discussions. We can keep them out of court, hopefully. Let's have these discussions and see what we can do from a national basis. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, certainly would support keeping things out of the courthouse.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me.
We'll keep moving forward with our agenda. We would like to have a discussion. Kenny and I really haven't gotten our heads together about how this process should work. We can be all over the place, but I'll try to keep us online. We want to talk about our preliminary report to the legislature in January. Okay, Heather, can you quickly summarize all the different issues we've talked about? Just say yes.
Go Heather.
Okay, so at the back of your packet, you'll have 2 things for me, pink paper and a yellow spreadsheet. So the pink paper, that is the summary of all the testimony we've received this interim. And thank you to the co-chairs for helping me carve it down by about 5 pages. So that was good. It was much longer. So this is just kind of a record of all the testimony you've received. And then this is a spreadsheet that contains risks that were specifically defined through testimony that you received. And just a quick point that Advisor Hamilton reminded me of. Part of your report, you have statutory items that you have to include in both reports for this upcoming session and in 2027. And so that will kind of probably help figure out how we want the report structured.
May it remind us.
You're aware.
Mr. Chair, if I may, could you remind us of those requirements?
Sure. I didn't want to read them unless somebody asked. So, the water program's long-term structure to address the state's current and future water needs, including but not limited to the roles and responsibilities of the state, municipalities, and regional entities. B, how the program's investments and successes should be evaluated, including gathering any stakeholder input. And C, criteria to determine program investments, including geographic diversity of such investments. And then part 2, funding for the water program, including but not limited to new dedicated monies or investments for the State Water Plan Fund, changes to any existing fees or monies dedicated to the State Water Plan Fund, and C, any additional funding sources or tools necessary to ensure that the financial resources are adequate to address the state's water needs. Or water issues.
Mr. Gutierrez, is there somewhere we can look to see that? I would like to be able to see everything.
If you want to
Like,
quickly, the statute.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
That
it's
would be-
82A 958H.
Thank you.
82A 958H. So I can talk to you just generally really quick about our interim report process. The legislators, I'm sure, are very familiar with our interim reports that comes in a big bundle. And those reports we write, it's kind of similar to the pink paper. It describes all the testimony that an interim committee or a task force will have heard. It also has boxes for recommendations or possible legislation that is being proposed, things like that. It's very word heavy. It's a lot of writing, just a lot of paragraphs. And so I'm going to go ahead and create that report because it is done according to office policy, but we can figure out another report that maybe aligns more to the statutory requirements and that you would feel comfortable with presenting or providing to other folks. Just thoughts.
Well, and I appreciate Revisor Hamilton's diligence in the statute. As I kind of read through it, though, I mean, it says the report shall include recommendations on everything. I think you guys can tell we clearly haven't covered all of that yet. So the way Chair Minix and I kind of edited this down was to really focus on the risks at this point, because that's what we've had the most information on. Unless there is this really strong feeling from the committee, our general approach was to just suggest we can share what our planning schedule is for the rest of the year, but to say we have no recommendations yet on these other topics, but here are the primary risks we've identified, and if you're looking for guidance from us, these are the areas. If you want to increase funding, for example, these are the areas you should be looking at because these are the highest risks, and then we'll have more to come. Now we can discuss that, but we thought given what we'd taken in, that was the most prudent approach.
We've thrown a lot of information at you. The 3 states that we compared to today, and there's some others out there that you can see everyone has somewhat of a different approach. I come away from this thinking Kansas has actually done a really good job compared to some of these other states. But maybe there's some things that we can learn from them. We really haven't gotten into agency reorganization or funding to any depth. We're going to need more information on some of those things. We've just kind of gotten close to them. As I drive across the state every once in a while, I think of some threat that I don't think we've really talked about, like cyber threats to our water infrastructure in our municipalities. We really haven't brought that up, but it could easily go on our list also. What's some of the prime ones that many of you have picked up on that you think are our most important threats?
From the table?
Sure. Or just your understanding as from all the testimony that we've seen so far, and we're gonna have to prioritize some of these things as we get a little farther along. We've got a long, long list here. I'm trying to distill it down just a little bit.
Yeah, I guess I would just say, listening to all these risks, we talked a lot about, and I'm just seeing this looking through it, talking about quantity versus quality, and I think thinking about it in terms of surface and groundwater, which we talked about doing, and I think sedimentation in reservoirs is a huge risk. I think that's water quantity for a lot of different people in the state. So, in my opinion, I guess that's one of the largest risks I think that needs to be at least talked about.
And I think just to focus comments here, I know we got this got out late, so I think it's appropriate if you want to take it back and provide suggestions to Heather via email to be incorporated, and we can share a final draft with email before it gets finalized. So there'll be opportunity to do that if you want to do that. But are there things that you thought that maybe aren't important enough to be included in what you've seen so far, or things that you think we missed or things you'd like to see more detail on, whether it's in the narrative or some of the risks listed, just to make sure we have sort of a comprehensive document?
I don't think we've heard very much about the role of soil and vegetation management in our future water supply. I know those changes are incremental, but it's something that we should really start driving now. And like Jared mentioned, sedimentation in reservoirs is that erosion is driven by a change in hydrology on the land that can start to be corrected by things like soil health practices and vegetation management. And we really haven't heard very much about that. So.
Go ahead, Josh.
The beauty of a statutorily created task force that includes legislators is that the people that would take this report and try to do something with it are sitting at the table, which is helpful. Because I don't think we're ready to have a report. I'm kind of gauging that from you as well. But I think that's okay. I don't think there's not going to be any reporter that says, this initial report's got no meat to it. We're not ready, and it's okay that we're not ready. We need a little more time. So I think whatever bare bones we need to provide to be satisfying the initial tranche of this is okay to put forward, with the understanding that we're going to dig more into it in 2026.
Go ahead, Karma.
I agree wholeheartedly with both of the last two comments, and think that we're not ready to provide a report that, from my perspective, has a whole lot of meat to it. But the report that ultimately needs to come out, and something that we really have to home in on, is funding mechanisms and accountability for the funding that's put out. And I think that, or that the state dedicates. And to me, those are, I've seen the needs over the years that I've been involved with water at the state level, and they haven't changed substantially, other than they've just gotten worse. So I think we need to be proactive in the next year with really making some recommendations on how to fund this. But from my perspective, and poor Earl, he's heard this for years, the accountability, how we track, how we measure our success and the investment of our dollars has got to be a critical piece of that.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. The 2302 funding that came out for small municipals for technical assistance and construction funds, we've seen so much demand for that, and we've seen so much. That is something we can kind of quantify. And I know when we first did the 2302, some people were kind of questioning the need there. I think we've demonstrated that there was a huge amount of need, and we've done a lot of good on it. One of the challenges, honestly, that I think we face in the state of Kansas here is Water Committee in the House meets at 9 o'clock, same time as appropriations. as I look around this group, the only people that have much effect on appropriations would be Ken. He's not on our water committee, but as the ag committee chair and on the appropriations committee, he's been able to help us a little bit. And probably Senator Fagg, who isn't here today on Ways and Means. Due to that time conflict, in some ways, we're at a disadvantage. If we had more members on this committee, if you know a senator or a House member on appropriations or Ways and Means, they didn't get the same message. When it gets to be late in the session and they're trying to figure out where the dollars go and where they can cut and stuff, we've been an easy target. Just from the political side of it. I'm just trying to be honest with you folks. We need more champions on appropriations and Ways and Means.
Well, I'll share a little bit. I already shared with Connie, but interesting thing happened to me last week. I mean, I've been involved with the Kansas Chamber for years and years and years. And I chaired the board. We had a meeting last week of selected executive committee members to sit down and discuss a search committee for replacing Alan Cobb, our ex-president CEO. And that discussion was supposed to be focused on what we wanted to find in our next executive officer. Well, I'll be darned. We had like a 2.5-hour meeting over dinner, and during that meeting, for the first time in my experience with the Kansas Chamber leadership, people in that room were bringing up water and the significance of water and the importance of water and being sure that we were addressing water needs for commerce and industry across the state. And that was a first for me. So in that conversation, I said, boy, guys, if you want to have this conversation, it needs to happen in a different setting. We need to have the conversation. Let's have that. But we were there to discuss a different topic. But I would say at least 3 different times in that 2.5 hours, questions came up about water. So when I hear Keta or whatever her name was with Texas talking about how they got their funding, all of a sudden, I'm seeing we're getting more interest from commerce and industry than I've ever seen, and that's a big, big supporter for anything we want to do moving forward as a state with water. I'm encouraged. I'm sorry. I had to share that. I was so excited.
I'm tickled because at 23, I went over to the chamber office and I said, this is kind of what we're trying to put together. It was a 2302 deal. And I said, I'd just like to know if you support, oppose, where would you stand on something like that? Officially took no position, but individually, some of those people said, yeah, it's a good idea, get after it. So it's nice when the organizations kind of get together and can help push and support us a little bit. Earl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to kind of build on Josh's statement there, right? I think looking at the list of what the preliminary report is supposed to be, really that's the final report, right? So again, we're not there. But I do think we spent a lot of time on what the risks are. And I think I mentioned this in Dodge City. I wanted to kind of hammer it home. I think because we've spent a lot of time, spent a lot of my career trying to highlight what the risks are and failing. We've got to tie it back to people. What does that mean, right? The overall is going away. That's kind of some esoteric issue, but what does it mean to the economy and the people of Western Kansas? I think that's what's going to motivate people. I think while I appreciate that you say we've done a pretty good job in Kansas, and I think we have, I think some of the stuff we've heard today, really some of the way that they handle their local input and develop projects and how that flows up to have a really well-defined and justified project list, I think is really important. And frankly, I think if you put those two things together, then the funding and budget will follow. Not that that's an easy thing, But, that's what I think we're hearing from the legislature a lot is, what are you spending your money on, and why do we need to spend that money or more money on? What are we getting for our money? And you've got to tie it back to real projects and real people. And I think the other thing is probably maybe strategically for those of you in the legislature, say, what are those questions that remain? What are we going to work on in 2026? Just to kind of tee up, is there reorganization? Where's the money going to come from? Is there, what are the other things that we're going to talk about? Just so that maybe fewer people are surprised in 27 when we can come back with recommendations to say we got to do things differently than we've been doing.
Earl, I agree with you 100%. And the people that we listened to today were from the top, talking about in some instances, the bottom-up process. I think in order to get a full view as to how it affects those people, the real people, we need to hear from those people and not the ones at the top. So it's a totally different perspective when you're dealing with the top down versus the bottom up. And I think that's a good perspective that we also need to take a look at if we're going to go down that path.
If we wanted to do point counterpoint, I'd take Jared on and say the economy on Ogallala is primary to start with, and the reservoir deal, as we get a little more information on the WID deal here and see how that works and some stuff, I think that long-term funding is absolutely necessary, but it doesn't have to be dedicated to certain endeavors. It needs to go where it's necessary at the time. Be able to move it. If we can get to Q-stable quickly on the Ogallala, and these experiments of WID or suction removal are economical and still accomplishing what we need to do, then we need to expand those. So little things like that, it's a moving target every single year. So we need the organization within the state to determine, okay, we've got a pot of funds, where does it go this year? They all interrelate a little bit.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd say one of the things coming from some of the presentation today was the frequency of the state water planning and how if you do it frequently on an annual basis and you establish projects and you have metrics and you're checking on those metrics, I don't know if it's every year, every 2 years, but it gets to your point of flexibility, right? And so you're addressing those funds where needed for the risks and where also they are effective in producing results, right? So I think that was, I don't know which state it was now, if it was, maybe it was Colorado, that said they were basically doing the process every year essentially, and I think that's something that gets to that point.
Kenny?
Earl, did I understand you were suggesting we include sort of a narrative of where we're headed in the next year in the report?
That's what I was suggesting.
Yeah, okay. I've shared parts of what Jim and I have talked about at previous meetings, but I think the way we are at least sort of approaching this, we'll be done through legislative session here as the legislators have lots of other things, but good news is it's a condensed schedule this year, so we'll be done quickly. But I think the idea that I've talked with the work group a little bit about is, to go through it, it was clear there's a lot of questions today, and this task force could spend years going through every state in immense detail, but this was a good sample for everybody of what's out there, what other states are doing. We had a good breakdown of how we're currently doing things at our previous meeting. And so what we're gonna at least try is the work group has that specific task of looking at our planning process, and they're gonna meet while we're in session, and they're gonna develop what they think makes a lot of sense based on this information, and then they're gonna go deeper and look at other states. And then we want to have a roundtable with them and say, hey, these look like the best practices. These are the things we heard you asking questions about, and tell us what you think of this approach. And then we'll workshop it, ideally get some good input, send them back to work, and then we'll spend the balance of next year talking about what does funding look like? What steps do we need in our structure, like reorganization and other issues like that, and then we can move on to that, and then hopefully we'll meet back up in the fall, a year from now, and come together and say, this is how we think the planning process ought to look like. This is what we've talked about with the funding, and hopefully tie it all together. So on paper, it seems to work out great. But that's just so you guys are aware, that's what Jim and I have talked about, where we think we're headed. So I think we will get to each of the points in turn. Now, along those lines, I do think it's appropriate from what we've heard today, if there were things you saw, say, hey, I would really like to know more about that. Let's record specific recommendations to the work group and say, this was a good idea. Please study this further and see if it's something that makes sense for Kansas, so that they see from us the ideas we like and we give them clear direction. We can kind of just do that after we sort of agree on kind of where we're headed with the report. But I think that's important to make sure they're as productive as possible.
Connie?
A few thoughts. On the idea of risk, I think it's a perilous path to try to be picking and choosing like a worst risk, right? Because we all know there's a crisis at every level, but we can't address all of them adequately. We can't even probably address even one of them adequately at once. But I think maybe some of these that have been identified can be grouped. I do think it's important to include risks that might be more difficult to deal with right at first, or we haven't heard much about yet, like soil health and revegetation. Everywhere I go, I'm hearing about concern for data centers. I think we haven't come anywhere near talking about that. And to list these things to keep that awareness, because I think some of these things we would agree are really important and ought to be on the table in some respect. So if you don't include them in a list at all, you risk that's just never going to come back, right? You aren't even going to talk about it. On the flip side, you don't want a laundry list, because then it's harder to prioritize and how to get to. So I think I like the idea of this group having continuing conversations in finding out more and including more on other risks we haven't heard much about yet. But we know the biggies. We know Ogallala depletion. I mean, my whole career has been basically focused on that. And now my career is very also focused on reservoir sedimentation. We have declining water supplies on each side of the state. And I don't think it would be a good idea to pick one or the other, and I don't think we have to. But some things are time sensitive, and Ogallala absolutely is time sensitive. Reservoir sedimentation may not seem as time sensitive, but right now we do have the WID underway. It's initially very promising. It's a tool. We need more tools. It's not going to be the silver bullet. We have some preliminary funding for a hydrosuction pilot project. We really need additional funding in the coming year to keep that going, because if that is also successful, those will be the only two tools we have so far to deal with this problem, which is it's a water supply problem for 2/3 of the state. I think the sedimentation and the Ogallala are absolutely critical, and we've got to find a way to deal with them both. They take very different approaches. You're not going to project your way out of the Ogallala problem. So I am hopeful this group can kind of hone that. I don't think we're right there at this time. And I don't think we need to know exactly the specific things that we specifically want to pay for. Maybe we do. Maybe that would come out in conversation. But I think we need to be making sure that there are topics other than the big two, so to speak. And that's not even water quality, which is the big third. We need to keep the other concerns in there and really look at them some more, because I think they're really coming to the fore. But those are my thoughts right now.
Lindsay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think as we're thinking about the preliminary report for next year, I'm kind of I'm interested in what everyone thinks. Like, we've done this kind of high level analysis of risk. We've spent a lot of time talking about that. And I'm kind of, I think it's a good primer for us to understand what the issues are. But I guess for the preliminary report, I'm wondering, what do we want to do about that, about the risks? What recommendations do we want to make? What do we want to highlight to the legislature about what we have learned this year in the task force? And I think for my part, we know that some of the biggest risks with quantity are sedimentation and the rapid decline of the aquifer. I think there are things in process to hopefully address both of those issues, although, I think we have to continue to do more. Some of the looming issues that I think, I don't know that we have solutions to in my mind are the public water supply crisis for rural communities in particular, but I think there are also things like emerging contaminants. We don't really have an answer to how we fund that need. We have a grant program right now, but we know that's not sufficient. We know that the scale of the problem is enormous. We could look at something like regionalization. We haven't even really talked about local asset management plans for these municipalities. So I feel like that's a really big risk that we don't have an answer to. So for me, that's one. And then the other one for me right now is nitrates. I think with the new groundwater quality monitoring network, we'll get a better idea of the scale of that problem, but I don't think we really know how big of a problem that is. And we see reports coming out of Iowa about, a strong correlation between cancer rates and nitrates and groundwater supply. And I think there is a looming public health risk there. And we still don't know the full scale of the problem and what we're going to do to remediate or help solve that issue for public health. So I think those are some of the looming issues that I have a lot of alarm over. But I think my general kind of question is, we have all this knowledge about risks now, and what do we want to do about that or say about that in the report? And then I like this idea of
library patrons. Will the owner of a white Ford F-150 parked in the compact car section of the parking lot please move their vehicle as it is blocking the flow of traffic? Again, that vehicle is a white Ford F-150. Thank you.
They would have noticed it before now, right? I better go check.
You better check.
And then my second point was just, I like this idea of working in concert with the working group. And for me, it was really interesting today to kind of see what some of the other states are doing. I think I'm already starting to take some lessons learned from that. And I guess my thought would be, like, even though I'm not on the working group, I'm very interested in the work that the working group is doing. And, so if there's a way to live stream those meetings, for example, I think that's something that I would really like to be informed about in terms of how they reach the conclusions they come to. Because I think we're going to be working quickly next year, and that will really inform the work that we're doing. And I think it's important to have a group focus on that. But I would like to stay involved. And I think as a next step, I kind of like where that's headed. But I am curious, how do we encapsulate what we've learned and create urgency around those things for the legislature? Because I think that's something meaningful that we can do in this preliminary report.
Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other question I have is there, presuming that the final report would generate real legislation that needs to be passed, are there some baby steps, pieces of legislation that could help us in this upcoming session? And that's an open-ended question. I don't know, but is there stuff that could potentially help us on the bigger stuff later on? Is one, or perhaps earmarking even small amounts of funding. And I go back to, we had this discussion earlier, but I'm now old enough, I was around when we were working on NBAF, and we sent state delegations to DC to work on NBAF, and could we appropriate even a modest amount of money to send a state delegation to DC to begin the conversations around unifying this flow of money out of DC, even without us having the report done, as me spitballing on a Wednesday afternoon. But if we were to do that, it would necessitate us thinking through it by next session so that it could be happening in the fall of 26.
Well, I can tell you what the water committee is looking at right now. I've got about 5 bills. Earl, are you gonna run a damn safety bill?
It's still alive, right? I mean, the one we had last year is still active.
Okay, and I'd asked Lindsay, and I think she's kind of working on a water consumption by data centers. If we can cap that or put something in there, they can easily do it with the enclosed refrigeration system and not be another customer on our water system. There's a bill to make a license for water well equipment dealers, not just water well drillers that we currently have. There's that might help a little bit on our water quality things. Gary White's working on one. I guess that's his. Sandy's still working on her water certification bill. This is about the 3rd year on that. Maybe we can get it through between KDHE and all the other parties have kind of come to some common language so that we can improve the test for municipalities to license their water operators. Seemed like there's another one. One of the presentations we had on nitrates, the guy from Nebraska, I was very happy watching his and see how agriculture, they've been somewhat the culprit of causing some of the nitrate problems in our water all across the state. They can also be a lot of our solution by just taking into consideration the nitrates in the water versus just strictly soil sampling. I think that's something we need to really investigate. And I think it's something that groundwater management districts could probably handle. I'm still kind of sorting through to see who.
I think we're up to the test.
I think they are. That'd be the 5 areas over the High Plains Aquifer, basically. And that helps everybody downstream tremendously in my book. So that's something on nitrates we can look at. I talked to him afterwards. He said the nitrates there in that Platte River have actually declined. I'll challenge anybody to show me here in Kansas where they're declining. If anything, they're increasing. That's a long-term project. Kind of gets back to your soil health and everything. Mm-hmm. But if we can utilize the nitrates in the water in exchange for some of the commercial fertilizer that was put on out there and still grow the same crops and accomplish the same thing in our industry, why don't we educate people to that? So that's what water committee's looking at. There really isn't anything in that group of bills that kind of steps toward what you're talking about, Josh. You have some ideas?
I don't. I may.
I think we have to be careful with the report too, because anything we do will be sort of ad hoc or haphazard at this point. We just, to say, I don't think we've had enough time to put together. I think all of these there are things that'll be carried forward by the legislators here. But I think if we try to too directly make recommendations now, they may not jive with what we ultimately create. One of the ways I've always approached our work is we're gonna hopefully come out of this with a better, stronger planning process that will take care of a lot of these things directly. So a lot of my focus has been on let's figure out the pieces we need to do that, and then that system will be strong enough and clear enough to start bringing those things, make the full circle and start bringing those things back to us. But I'd hate to be too haphazard as we try to do that before we know where we're headed.
Connie?
I agree with you. I think that that makes a lot of sense. And one thing I'll throw out there is early in this process, the Water Authority sent a letter to the task force saying, we'd like to be engaged, we'd like to have input, we'd like to help out, however we can. And I would just share with the group that the Water Authority at their meeting in December, early December, will be deciding on, they're giving final approval to their annual report. And the annual report has some suggested policy statements in it. So those are open to consideration. So that would be another thing to put before the task force as you make all of your thoughts going forward and have your conversations. I think including policy recommendations from the Water Authority would be something that would be appropriate for you to consider going forward. I just didn't want to forget to put that out there. That will be December 3rd, I believe.
Heather, can you make sure you get with Connie and that you send out the report to the task force when it's published from the Water Office, the authority?
Great, thanks.
If I could ask a question of our, what's that?
Was it your truck?
I don't think so, but there were actually two F-150s in that section, so I think it was the other one. If I could ask a question of the agency heads, I was wondering, as we heard from these other states about their water planning, and they told us about some of the tools that they have, I think we have some version of most of these analyses, but I was wondering if there was anything that stuck out to you as, wow, it'd be really nice to have that in our state, you know, any sort of basin planning or future scenarios planning. Which one?
The money.
The money. California, yeah.
Well, I would just kind of go back, you know, and maybe build on what Kenny was saying is I don't want us to get too focused on what the immediate risks are, because it's really easy to do that. But I think we'll miss an opportunity here. You know, we don't get a water program task force every few years. It has legislators on it, has a legislative direction. And my feeling about this, or understanding about it, is we wouldn't be here today if everybody was comfortable and felt like the processes and the structure and the funding we have in place today was the right set of agencies, programs, and funding, and all those things to accomplish the task, right? None of these risks are new risks. These are multi-year, multi-generational risks that we're trying to wrestle with. And we're not going to come up with a recommendation by January 1 of 2027 and then magically all the risks are going to be gone and we're all going to walk away. I think the question is, what is the state, what's the legislature, what's the governor going to be comfortable with as a structure and funding mechanism and project development so that these issues can be dealt with over the next 10, 15, 20 years? Because that's really to me, that's what we're talking about. If we're all comfortable with what the process we have in place, we wouldn't be sitting here. To me, that's the open question. If we don't deal with that question, then we're going to miss an opportunity.
Kind of piggyback off that, I mean, early, that is, and I said this to Senator Titus, you know, when you called me up too, I said, I've lived through the 50-year vision, I've lived through this vision, this vision, this vision. What are we gonna do different now? What are we gonna do that actually makes a difference other than calling this another vision? I mean, we've got visions galore, I'm tired of visions, it's time to do something, and I think that's where it needs to, this is what we need to do, and we need to move forward with that, so.
I was intrigued by, Texas. Of course, Texas is a very different state than ours. And just full disclosure, I was actually born in Texas. But I like the concept. I think we need to find a way for a source of funding that's sustainable, and there's no way that we can create a grant program that's going to meet the needs. I'm intrigued that Texas has such a big loan program that's based on, borrowing money. And so, and the people, the entities that use that know that, they've got to pay for this infrastructure. We've got to have some kind of concept like that, that it's not that, you have a need and it's going to be paid for you. The question then becomes, well, we obviously have a lot of small systems. Kansas is made up of small systems. And you do hit a point where you have a certain size that they can't afford the infrastructure, you know, that they need to provide those services. And I don't know how that infrastructure was started, but it was probably through a grant program. So we also have to have something that says, yeah, we're not ignoring, you know, these small systems, but we can't afford to pay for everything for them. So.
Mr. Chair, you voiced my feelings exactly with what Texas has done. And I can actually get pretty excited about that if we think we can find some seed money to start that kind of process where, you know, help facilitates borrowing with a payback element in there. And some of these projects that will probably need to be accomplished will require those kinds of dollars. The other piece of that, and I was going to talk with Connie about it afterwards, but I'll put it out to this group. Now, things may have changed in the 5 or 6 years that I've been on the Water Authority, but I do know that we have basin advisory committees, and they're people that identify the issues within their basins and oftentimes propose projects. But what I saw with Texas is that Texas actually put the decision of those projects down to the basin level, as opposed to the basin level proposing it to the higher level. And so it became a local decision to put forward a project, and if they thought it was viable, they would go through the application process for that SWIFT funding or sporting funding or whatever it is. I saw that as, from my experience with the Basin Advisory Committees, as almost a reversal in what drove the projects. So, I mean, the process, the structure is similar, but the process was somewhat flipped. And I think, you know, if you can get the stakeholders in a basin to support a project to the point where they're willing to support repayment of the loan, then, you know, they should have every right to apply to that process. So to me, I saw a flip. Maybe I'm wrong, but I saw kind of a 180 on how that happened.
Well, I see what you're saying. There's kind of a hybrid happening because, well, now they're regional advisory committees. They're similar, but different name, a little bit different structure. But we do seek their input at the outset. So we have all the regional advisory committees develop their action plans and goals. That feeds up to the Water Authority. The problem is, where is the money? And it kind of sounded like, unless I understood it wrong, that there has to be, that like at the local level, in this other plan, that they can come up with sponsors to jumpstart and pay for what they're doing. Like I remember the comment, I don't know, was it Texas or was it one of the other states, maybe California, but she said having a project, prioritizing a pipeline doesn't get anything implemented. That you need somebody to pay, and that nothing happens unless somebody shows up to pay for it. And so we do have very much a bottom-up structure of what do we need, but from one regional advisory committee to another, they may or may not have as much engineering experience or enough know how to say exactly what project they need. In some areas, it's not project-based, it's more groundwater preservation-based, or it's more water quality-based, not infrastructure. But with the structure we have now, everything is dependent on funding from the state. Right. Everything is dependent on funding from the state. And so we are responsive to local. We want to know our regional advisory committee's input. That's very much a part of our structure, but we can't help them without money from the top.
And I remember, being quizzed a couple of times as, well, if we don't have taxing authority, how can we pay for these? Well, yeah, we understand that. But the regions would identify the problems and hope that the state would justify funding it. And I just see the Texas model as kind of a flip of that. And I think that would give the advisory committees the opportunity to, true ownership of projects, because they're gonna have to find a way to fund it, they're gonna have to find the sponsors.
Yeah, I mean, that's another model, is to put it on them to find some kind of cost share or seed money, but that's not the way we have been set up. Generally, most of these regions cannot begin to pay for what they need, which is why we see such a huge demand in our 2302 grant applications. So in some areas, I think it would be realistic to expect them to find some seed money, but in a lot of areas, I'm not sure that's real practical to do. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I think it's worth thinking about. And definitely, whenever you have skin in the game, it's a good, it's a very helpful thing.
And I think that some regions would probably have a better likelihood of success than others, certainly. Yeah.
I think to Karma's point, though, I heard the same sorts of things you did, but the process was flipped. But it's that, one, their local advisories are made up of the people that can be sponsors, and we're not necessarily set up that way. And I think we haven't really asked our locals to support the water plan that way directly. So I don't know that we can say we know what support may or may not be out there, because you build the state programs to help, and all three states in some sense actually are kind of doing that. But flipping the impetus back to this has to be a local initiative rather than this is a state initiative and we'll fill in partners, I think that's important to look at. I think it does sort of change. It moves the action item back to the level where it has the biggest impact, and then it's easier for us to help from the top down. But if the ideas are more, the initiative, I should say, is more bottom up.
No, you're fine, you're fine. I think we do have the structure. We have it within the groundwater management districts. It is bottom up. We have regulatory teeth that we can put at it, as well as our programs and things we can assess for at the local level. The local producers and landowners do have buy-in to that. They're the ones that are funding this. Historically, not all the groundwater management districts have been on the same page doing things, but we now have guidance, thanks good, through 2279, and we're starting to see kind of a fast track to addressing some of these problems. That I'm not saying that it was a lack of guidance necessarily that stalled the process, but it definitely, kind of put things into gear. But it is that ownership of that, and it is the local decisions, and it is the ownership, and we are funding our problems. And I think if we were given more guidance and more parameters in how to deal with even such as the water quality, we would assess at a higher rate for those problems at the local level, if we had that ability to do so, and not depend upon the state, so to speak, or legislature for that money to handle those problems, just the guidance that needed to happen. And I think that given that guidance, that would happen, at least where we are now.
You're just taxing agriculture water wells, basically. So you got some of the feed yards and the ag people.
Municipalities as well.
Okay, but there are some that left out a little bit, I guess, residential, if you wanted to get to widen things. But.
And if you want to get to, wading through things, but there's ways that we could pull them in as well. Those are just small little things to bring in too.
Lindsay?
Yeah, kind of building on the conversation about Texas, that was, I think, my favorite presentation in terms of I think they do things quite a bit differently, and it was really interesting to learn from them and how they approach these issues. But I think something I liked this idea of the specificity of their projects, and how they were kind of systematically identified. And I like that came from the local level, and that they had this basically like running list for 25 years of projects that like need to get done to achieve their goals. But something I did notice is, they had $80 billion in requests, and $1 billion a year or $2 billion, $3 billion total to address those projects and challenges. So I think there has to be, I feel like it's a mix between what they're doing and what we're doing, where it's like, I think there has to be someone who can go through that list and prioritize, basin by basin, what are our highest level needs? These are our goals over this period of time. And these are the projects to achieve those goals that have been identified by the locals. So I liked how systematic their project list was and how that was created, but I think there has to be some, it just felt like a lot of effort to create that list and know that only 3% of it was ever going to get funded. So how do you kind of siphon through that and actually create a priority process for how those get achieved? But
Just while we're catch our breath here for a moment, I have captured 3 ideas that I think would be good to go to the work group that encompass a lot of this discussion. So I'm going to throw them out there, and you guys check me if I didn't get them quite right. From Texas, we'd like the work group to look further at project selection and development starting at the local level. Sort of tied into that, but this multiple states talked about this, but then also take a closer look at repayment and loan programs that work through local sponsors. That's kind of tied into that. And then one I had for Texas is I'd like to take a closer look the way they build their plan on the that supply and demand model based on basins. I think that's something that would be helpful. Did I miss any key components there, or anybody?
Quality. I think water, that's very water supply
Sure.
driven, and I think we really don't want to leave water quality by the wayside. So I throw that in there. And kind of to answer your question from a few minutes ago, Heidi, I was making fun, sort of, what do I want with the money? I really was impressed with all 3 of the presentations, but particularly California and Colorado, of how forward-looking they are. They are resiliency focused. They are climate change adaptability focused. They're infusing that in their planning, which I think we all have to do, right? We can't now plan just based on what the past has been. And to incorporate that in their scenario planning and water quality as well as water quantity is something that I thought was very responsible and very forward-looking, the resiliency piece. So that's kind of my answer to your question.
Kind of follow up on Representative Vaughn's question about how do you prioritize? You have we have $80 billion project, we have $2 billion. I think you have to look at when people submit projects or they say they have a project, there's also a time frame on that. And a lot of these projects are an idea, and that it's going to take 10, 20 years to develop that idea. So I think on prioritization and figuring out how much money we actually need at any one time is looking at that time frame, how ready those projects are for prime time.
This is to maybe add to your list possibly. So I'm a process person, and just thinking about all the processes and listening to the other 3 states, like, do we have the right mix of local? Like we have rural water districts and groundwater management districts and regional, and I don't even know what all we have out there. So are we getting too much data in, or do we need to maybe consider what that balance should be if we're looking at things to get that power team of water
without all the, I don't know.
Right mix of,
The right
to
mix.
provide local input.
Yes. And also with the loan program, I was really interested in the subsidy idea as an additional incentive, because I think we hear from locals like the grant programs are really nice because the financial capacity doesn't really exist, which makes it hard sometimes to apply for the loans because they know they won't be able to pay them back. So if there's a balance that can be created, I think that could be an incentive for locals to take advantage of something like another loan program.
Subsidized loan program.
Earl.
So maybe it's just tweaking what you had there, Kenny, but as I think about, and going back to Carmen's point about Texas kind of being flipped, I think it's kind of just shades of gray, right? I think it's what's the role of the state in planning, what's the role of a local organization or a local group? Because, if you go and look at what Texas actually has, they have kind of a standard outline of all the things that have to be considered. They're providing them with a lot of information. And so it's not just like a free-for-all at the local level, they come up with whatever they want, right? There's guidance at the state level. And then there's the individual regions figure out what fits within that guidance and what they want to put forward as projects. And I think we heard that a little bit from California and Colorado as well. And it's kind of like that longer-term thinking. And what is kind of the goals that we want to have, what's the vision we want to have. In some ways, Shannon was just talking about 2279 and how responsive the GMDs are. The state said, here's what the goal we want to achieve. Now the local said, here's how we're going to do that. And so I think it's more just maybe a question for the work group or for this group to say, what is that different balance in different states? What does the state planning level provide, and then what does the local planning level provide? And then, then we can make a decision on, are we happy with where we're at, and we want to shift that balance, or how do we want to proceed?
Josh.
One thing, again, just spitballing here is are there other, like for the working group to look at, are there other regulatory regimes for other entities or commodities that might be an intriguingly different way of looking at it? And Southwest Power Pool's in town here in Kansas today, so I can't stop thinking about that. That's a very top-down approach where a local utility may say, well, we want to build this transmission line, but it's the Southwest Power Pool that says, well, it's necessary. And if it's necessary, then it's plugged into a socialized cost metric where Kansas is 16% of the Southwest Power Pool, so we pay 16% if it's deemed necessary for the whole region. This is completely half-baked right now, but is there a really different way to look at this coming from a different regulatory regime outside of just looking at other states and how they manage water that we might be missing? Are there, as we prioritize water projects, are there some projects that would have a benefit outside of just the poor community that has no way of funding it themselves, but if they did it, it would actually be great for people outside of that?
Senator Fagg, would you like to participate with us, please?
Oh, great.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I've been listening to all this all day, and I'm very proud of all of you, what you guys been doing. Earl, I agree totally with some of the comments you made. I'm not going to repeat all this because you guys hit all my points. Couple things that I would throw in there is that whenever we write something as far as working on the lakes, we want to make sure that we get the Army Corps of Engineers. We need them helping fund that. Let's don't try to run out in front of that. Let's make sure that they're a partner that's got their checkbook. So that's item number one. Item number two is I like the Nebraska idea. I'm on track with that one. That made a lot of common sense to me. So that would be something I'd be exploring. Three, I know it's a bill, but whoever's got the data center idea, I'd sure like to visit with you on that, because we do not want to send the wrong thought process out, because there is a lot of people looking at us right now. And I guarantee you, they'll look for an easy way out, because if you got 10 states all wanting this and you got one that doesn't want you, you can kiss that goodbye, I think. So we got to be careful with that. I wouldn't even want to mention data center. And if you think about it, the eastern side of Kansas versus the western side of Kansas, there's a difference. And there's areas that we could do data centers, and there's areas we'd probably question. So that's for another day. But I'm just saying, let's be careful of data centers. Comment, if you make a loan that doesn't have the cash flow to pay the loan, then you need to make a grant. I mean, because you're just fooling yourself with that. So we've got to be very careful with what we do with the making loans that somebody sits down and cash flows them, and we're just not shooting from the hip on that. That's just my humble opinion. The other thing is, I've heard a long time ago, I heard a good representative say, local, local, local. Each area, to me, has a different story. Some areas have planned for over 50 years and have done the right thing, while others have done nothing and want help. So we need to be very careful about that whole process as we sit down and try to work through this kind of thing. My last one would be if we need to have someone that focuses and specializes in funding and making applications on water grants, federal and other grants, especially for WARDA. I would think we need to get somebody in the office that's an expert that is digging everywhere to find those. So that's how we put that in there. That's my opinion. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Are you the local? I think you were.
He probably changed his mind on me.
You want me to give you my, my sermon will be short this week, so. I appreciate it, and I wanna, I guess, I don't wanna use water, so I won't throw any cold water on anything. I heard a lot today about words like problems and concerns and scary things. Let's remember the good things that we've done. We're still here. There's still water. We don't have people lined up around the block to get their bottle of water, their gallon of water. So let's maybe, you know, we need to make sure we don't forget the base of where we're starting from on all this, you know, and all the risks. Absolutely, there's risks everywhere. I just have a kind of a few thoughts as we look at whatever. I don't think we're anywhere near an interim report. We have nothing to do. We have nothing to say. You know, we were at a meeting before and somebody, you know, they think they knew what was going on in this committee, and I don't know if they've been at these meetings, but what I see, I still see pretty much a blank whiteboard of where we are. We have talked about 15,000 different things, and so, you know, and I think that's a good thing. You know, I guess as you know, we put this thing together and where we move forward. Even in 2 years, we're not going to get this thing solved. This is going to have to be an ongoing thing. So I'm going to say what I said earlier. The difference between this one and others that we've lived through is it's being driven by the appropriators. In the past, it's been the governor, Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter, a group of their people and a few stakeholders to create something to say, look, we've got a water plan. And through that water plan, we had 2 or 3 things we kind of worked on. And the last iteration of the water committee, we piddled around and we didn't have much money. Oh, and then we were worried about blue-green algae and things we wanted to do, we couldn't do. And so that's why it's been driving this far to say, if this is going to be successful, it's got to be driven by those writing the checks. And so if it's driven by the legislature, regardless of who legislators there, if we can get our colleagues as legislators involved, that momentum hopefully will go and we will get the money that we need. If not, we're going to be barking up the trees and saying, you know what, our problems just be solved, just give us money. Well, water, you know, runoffs, school funding, every 40,000 social programs have said that, and it's over. The days of just writing a check and letting somebody else take care of it, the legislature, I believe, are over. And so if we pick one or two things, whatever that is, then that's what it's, I think it's, in order for us to be successful, we as a task force, whoever is that iteration has to be successful, or it will sit there and collect dust. That's what I said. This final report, I don't want it to be a three-ring binder. I want a living document that continues to work and evolve. If it's simply something we can put a three-ring binder and it fits on our shelf and say, well, there's our water plan. The last one, I asked those who put it together, is it going to be working? Well, guess what? It collected dust. So that's where I think we can move forward. One thing we didn't talk about today, we still need to talk about structure. There's so many different groups, and I'm not gonna. I don't have an idea yet, but of how, because you talk to those stakeholders, and where do you go? Now, the stakeholders is in John Q. Public, or that local person. Don't know for sure where to go. And we talk about all these different groups, and everybody has their silo, or everybody has their piece in this, and I don't know if we're coordinating enough. So if we need to keep all 13 of them, that's fine, but we need to do a better job of coordinating, at least what I can see, and that's not the role of the legislature. The other thing that I think is, as we look at moving forward, and that one thing I learned early on in water, in Kansas, if you're going to get things done, you not only irrigators, but you have to bring Water One in from Johnson County and Wichita. And the other ones kind of fall in place. I represent many small towns under 1,000 people. And that's a challenge of how we do that. But in order to get buy-in from the legislature, again, the appropriators, make sure that our Johnson County and Sedgwick County folks, legislators, have a good, not just those in the committee here, but have a good idea of what the needs are total. If they know in total, then I think we all move forward. So those were some of my thoughts. Jim talked about his committee. We're going to talk about regenerative agriculture and soil health in agriculture and how it plays. Because I think, again, as we look at small wins right now, that's what I think what we do. The data center thing, I think that's a conversation that also, as Connie brought up, that needs to be discussed. If there's a new way of doing it, that's fine. I want to make sure that we don't jump and do something too quickly this year that can disrupt the long term of where we are. Because I agree with Senator Fagg. I mean, data centers, I still, don't know for sure exactly the economic impact of that long term, but I think in order for Kansas to stay strong in business, they're here. And so how can we work with all the different stakeholders of the best way to do that? So those are the things that I think I have. But again, local. I think that's what, hopefully we all can grab that from today and find a Kansas solution and do that locally. And it may be just a way of completely thinking of a new way of funding. And as Jim said, yeah, we did take a hit last year, but I would much rather have taken some than not get anything. And that's the process. Many of you know they've been around through that. So I don't know what the session is going to bring. I hope there's still something we continue to move forward. But what I see, Mr. Chairman, or co-chairs, is to probably not do very much right now. The things that you have, I think, are some low ones that we can, again, show progress. But really, next year is going to be a heavy lift once the session gets over to come with legislation. And that also doesn't mean we have to have 14 different legislative bills. It may be a long process. So, and don't worry, I won't be here, so y'all can do what you want. Well, thank you, and I appreciate it.
Sometimes from the water committee chair position, I feel like I'm putting Band-Aids on things. So I'm talking about an operator's license and another license for a well equipment dealer or something here and there. The long-term stuff, and those of you that have served on the last couple of water task force, I applaud you. I'm guessing it was frustrating. Tracy, Karma, and a lot of it gets back to what Connie said. We have to fund things to move things forward, and it's been difficult. In 23, I had a little bit of luck because we had a 22 drought, and the state was sitting on $4 billion. I don't see that happening in the near future. And to get that through a legislative process, and I get really frustrated with legislature. It moves too slow, and then we're going to get down to 90 days. I've got 11 days of committee with new people. There's a wealth of knowledge sitting around this table. Every 2 years, I start with a committee this size that a third of them is new to the subject. We start from scratch. I would love to see you guys come back with all your ideas, and we'll meld together and see what we can come up with for process, long-term funding. We've beat the threat deal up pretty hard, and I'm guessing it's not much different than it was in 2016, 17, and 18. Is it, Karma?
Just in minor detail.
Minor detail. I threw in the cybersecurity. I'm not sure if you guys got into that or not.
No, I don't recall that one.
Okay, there's every year, every once in a while, there's something new that gets added to the project. Appreciated everybody's attention and the time that we spent. We spent a lot of hours. We've gone through a lot of information here. It's time to get down to this next year. We've got a lot of heavy load to lift. Talking structure, organization, long-term funding, and distilling things down to what we can accomplish. I think Ken's correct. We've got to make it pretty simple to have a chance to get through the legislature. Any more comments from people?
A quick editorial note on the pink paper. On November 3rd, we heard testimony from the tribal nations, and it's not mentioned here.
So the risks they brought up didn't necessarily seem pertinent to what we were reporting out. They're sort of mirrored in the other water quality risks. So in that sense, it didn't seem to fit in this report other than just the fact of just putting it there to be there. So it was one of the things when we cleaned out. And some of those testimonies we pulled out, it's to hold that information for a later report. That was the thinking. If you think it really should be reemphasized, we can reinsert it. But the idea is that that stuff that fit better in the other areas we'd include when we thought.
I think as long as it's addressed in a later report, we just don't want to admit it entirely.
Okay, that makes sense.
We do need to approve, I'm sorry, Connie?
I'm sorry. I just wanted to follow up with one of Senator Fagg's concerns to reassure him that we will not be able to do anything on the federal reservoirs without the Corps of Engineers involved and without some of their money. So we would not go ahead and even be able legally to spend any money doing anything on any of the federal reservoirs without the Corps of Engineers involvement, consent, and money. So just so you're reassured about that piece.
And I'm not sure everybody on the task force is aware that the 2302 money that we put aside also in 23, put 50 million aside in the treasurer's office on interest to arbitrage a future payment on contracts with the Corps of Engineers for Milford and Perry reservoirs.
Got the water.
Yeah. And Senator Fagg went to battle for us and got some compound interest changed to simple interest, which saved $41 million. So we still have some funds sitting over there.
And if we go ahead and pay it off, we do not immediately incur operation and maintenance cost. We did not know that for sure until recently. We recently got reassurance from the Corps that if we go ahead and pay that debt off, we do not owe O&M costs until the time that water would be called into service.
So we can pay it off without adding to our, till we call for it.
Yep.
You don't have to pay for the WID project?
We've already paid for the WID project.
The experiment, but I mean on an ongoing basis, because I think it's working.
It is very promising. It's very exciting. Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? We do need to approve minutes from the last couple of meetings. I think those were included in your packet. Hopefully you had a chance to, I perused mine last night on an email.
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Josh. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Anything else for the good of the cause? Thank you, folks. We'll see you in 26, ready to work again.
Well, we need to approve whatever the report is. That'll be sent out.
Approval. I'll have Heather send out the final draft and people can provide comments or edits, and then we can funnel those through Jim and I, make sure that way it's not a forever process, but
Sure.
we'll give her a chance to provide comments and edit as necessary.
Okay,
So that
just
way
keep-
we all get input, yes, sir.
Okay, keep an eye on our emails.
Yeah.